and do different things. And here I sit, always teaching and learning, and then I'm telling other people how to draw better. But it's not gonna work for myself. So any other questions? Any other questions? But Zero is not wrong. He is not wrong in both ways. I could just start ranting because practice is good, right? Practice is good for you. If you're kind of insane in the brain, you would overdo it on the practice, just because it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense to practice because you increase your skill, and then eventually it's kind of perpetual motion, right? Because, and this is where I'm so weird, right? You have 0% of skill, right? And you practice over time, right? And eventually you wanna get good, right? Like really good. And so you kind of, if you practice, right, you get there more or less gradually and steadily. And I know it's basically you go up and down, up and down. I don't wanna. It's more or less you follow the natural order, right? If you practice, you get better, right? So and then you would decide to stop the practice and make art, right? So you have a thing. It's like a stick man. You draw stuff. You can show people, and you feel good about it because you express yourself, which essentially is you being the artist. I'm not the artist because I don't make stuff. All I do is practice. But it's you kind of want to follow the purpose, right? If I'm the fish, right, I have to stay in the water, and I'm like, I don't want to be in the water because I have to learn how to swim, right? And this is me contemplating like the molecular structure and flow of the water when it's essentially my nature to be in the water and swimming, and I'm the fish basically being stupid, and I don't want to be the fish. So anyway, you and this is like you make artworks, and you kind of slow down the process of learning, and this is like raw skill, right? If you practice on the keyboard and the piano and guitar, and it's not about learning songs, but it's about understanding the music and the scales and how to move your fingers and how to transition between like the one end of the fretboard to the other end. This is like raw skill, right? It's not about how creative you are, how musical you are, how whatever. If you can believe you can even play the instrument, right? And it's just about learning the fundamental skill of what you're doing. And it may even start for our human entity species to learn how to speak and how to write. And not even, right? We have to learn how to use our legs to even be able to walk, right? And it's good that we learn this from like 0 age and 1 and 2 and 3, and maybe some people learn it with 5 and they're still fine, right? When they're 15 or 25, they can walk, right? Now imagine us being 25 and we had 0 ability to walk. It's just stupid example, right? So making art is, yeah, the fish wants to swim, right? And I'm kind of insane because I'm the fish that thinks I can't swim. So I suppose the art that anybody makes has to be appealing, right? It has to like give you happiness and joy, right? Like joy, happiness. It's not about fun, but it's about joy. When you don't enjoy the things, the stuff, you wouldn't do it, right? And we all have things that we'd rather not do. So I'd rather not like try to be the fish and realize I can't swim. And this is like I have these high standards, right? I have these very awkwardly high standards. Usually there is a limitation for what you need to be professional. Anybody wants to go there so that you can take a job and do your stuff. And I realized, and this is definitely where my brain is broken, like the amount of satisfaction that I get from my skill, right? It's not enough, right? Because even though I can make artworks that are appealing and super awesome and sexy, and if I spend enough time and patience, patience not something I really have in that regard, because like I want to be good right now. I don't want to spend 2 years learning because I want it now. I want it now. So um, there is a limit of what we kind of expect the time we have to spend on learning to be good enough, right? We go a certain amount of time to school so that we learn the fundamental skills and we progress. We go to college, we go to university, maybe we get a job, right? In Zero Armor, Zero, can you type your job description in chat, please? The nuclear explosionist, right? It's just an example, but you learn the stuff, and it it prepares you for the job so that you're capable of handling. Yes, nuclear explosions. He works in the submarine for the now I have to guess, Navy, Army, or military. I don't know, but it's the Navy. So he works in the submarine, and he works probably with crazy machines and stuff. So he has to be prepared, right? So anyway, basic time. Tom, no, writing skills, time. Time practice prepares you for kind of the skill requirements, right? And eventually you realize that if you practice more, you get better. And if there's any sort of feeling that you're unhappy with the stuff that you do, you wouldn't do it, right? You wouldn't do it because you would just spend more time learning because it's what you desire, it's what you want to make, to prepare yourself what you want to do. And then it basically is a never-ending spiral into absolute madness, because if you learn more, you get better. That is a it's something hard to imagine, right? Because usually we spend our 5 to 7 years and we're done with school and college and we are ready to like work, right? It's what we want to do, right? Maybe some people want to be, firefighters, and some other people want to be nuclear explosionists. People want to be doctors, right? So you have different amounts of time that you have to spend on learning the fundamental requirements. That's just it, right? If I want to be like a school teacher, or like a guitar people guy, right? There's a certain amount of time. If I want to be a doctor, it's certainly longer. But anyway, about standards, right? We all have this. We all have this. Like, especially when it comes to art, it has to be sexy, it has to be awesome, it has to be appealing, it has to be basically the best thing, right? And how do I enable myself to know the fundamental skills, to basically not just be, this is where the madness begins. I can be a professional by the standards of other people, right? I can. It's not enough for my own standards, and it's like I realize the predicament. It's a weird paradox. I know the insanity, right? But that's it, right? You abide by the standards of other people. Otherwise, it's about your joy that you get from making the stuff that you want to make. And I know there are, even that I realize this, right? If other people had my skill, they wouldn't practice. They would just make stuff. They would make stuff. They would work. They would earn money. And here I sit, being all potato because I suck at drawing. Oh, no game. I can look. We can play this one. I'm gonna win, right? So easy. Oh, I won. Yeah, practice good. Practice good. Too much practice is just like it's weird. And I suppose it's like, I mean, I'd rather say it's madness. I'd rather say it's madness and insanity than I say it's some kind of creative genius or something. It's crazy. My amount of practice is crazy. The other example for the pianist, right? The pianist has to have a certain speed for his fingers. The guitar people, any sort of music instrument people, they have this, right? They have to scrub down left and right on the fretboard and press the buttons. And this is kind of what I want with artworks. Like in my own kind of insanity, like drawing boxes, right? Drawing stupid boxes nonstop, right? For weeks, basically. Um, what I would like is basically have one box in place and have all the other information the brain usually looks for and has to fish for, like really take time and struggle and figure things out. I have to have this information be presented to me, like instantly, right? It's like um, one example is just the normal box, right? And I can draw one line, and I'm taking a random number, right? Like 50 to the power of 2 variations of how to portray this one line in perspective, right? And this is something I have to see, like instantly, because within the time I want to spend to create the artwork, so just draw a box that is appealing to me, it can't take more than 5 seconds. And I have to know how to draw it. And this is basically for the pianist, he has to know how to, basically tie a knot into his own fingers and run down all of these buttons in a crazy amount of speed and a crazy amount of accuracy. Because if it doesn't work, he would lose the melody, he would lose the timing, the pacing. Basically, the musical symphony would fall apart. And we all know how bad music. I'm making the bunny ears gesture with my fingers. How bad music sounds because it's bad, and therefore there is a reason for this, right? And I can't struggle when it's basically how do I portray this plane, and it can't even be a random shape, right? It can be like anything. And my brain has to identify all the necessary information to pull this shape into the space, like instantly. Because again, time spent where the necessary information that I need to draw what I want in the right style has to be presented to me, like instantly. And the only way to get there is practice, right? So you spend basically months looking for information that you want in 5 seconds. It's like 4 weeks to prepare your brain to basically dish out and serve information instantly. And this is like, ultimately, it sounds stupid, but when it comes to drawing stuff, right? I don't wanna spend too much time and just like, ooze it out and not like spend too much time struggling. When I want to make art, it has to be a more or less flawless performance. When I learn and decide, where I'm in the realm of not being good enough, and I realize this, and this is where I practice. It's okay to struggle and basically spend as much time as you need to look for the right information. Billing, it's no, yes and no, yes and no, yes, but no. There is a difference between like drawing this is the example, right? You have one plane and you want to understand how to pull this into space, right? Like instantly. There's one, there's two. These are usually given, right? There's still like variations where you basically, change lines and change angles, and it may still look different. So the idea is, you eventually remember, like 1,000 planes or 10,000 planes, 100,000 planes, because you have spent months and years, decades drawing boxes. Within this understanding is a new something else develops, right? And this is the unpredictable skill that is produced by understanding something thoroughly, because it becomes as easy as thinking. And this is when you look and observe the pianist, the professional pianist, dance across the buttons to make the symphony. There is when you get there, you can basically, it's a different kind of universe, and I can't. It's hard to explain, but um, I got a drink. 1 second. I'm getting dry in my face. So the point being, when you practice, basically 50 weeks drawing boxes, you have done 1,000,000 boxes. You do remember, and this is like you build your mental library. You build a visual library. Yes. The thing is, within knowing this, the brain and the consciousness produce something else where you don't have to memorize and basically produce, like, remember. And this is like, it's weird to explain, but usually you go step by step, right? And when you have done this 1,000,000 times, enough times, your brain will present to you information that was not there before, and you have not seen before. And this is what I was talking about. Like, I want to have one line, and my brain even right now presents me with so much different other information I can use to produce 3D-ness from this one line in many different variations of axis and form and space and blah. You know, it's weird. So yeah, 7 years. That's a long time. And my last my last painting was 5 years ago, I think. That's a long time. That is a long time. So visual library is one thing, right? It's okay. One example is me drawing boxes. I can't. The ability that I have, and I can demonstrate, and I can basically, when I draw stuff, cannot be explained by just having a strong mental library. Within the process of drawing one box, or basically one plane. And this is where the science begins, because I've learned to take this apart, to look at basically these 2x2 pairs of these lines. These two go together, and these two go together. And this is, again, is not by mental library. Like, I know I've memories of me analyzing, contemplating, and really looking and staring at boxes and planes and figuring out how the perspective gets in there, so that I can basically draw one line and figure out in what relationship does the other line have to be to give me a certain perspective, a certain amount of distortion, a certain amount of whatever dynamic space appearance I wish, right? And this, again, is not by visual library. There is a process. There is a process I run down, right? When I have a plane, and this is, again, it's like reverse engineering or deduction, right? I have a plane, this plane, right? Made from 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. This plane is basically on a certain axis, x-axis. Is arbitrarily chosen, right? And it holds a certain perspective. And that is the key. Like, what is the perspective of this plane, and how does it get inside the plane? Basically, how do I have to draw 4 lines to create something that is usually called as perspective? So again, going back to the process, within these 2x2 pair of lines is a relationship. its size relationship, its angle relationship, and if you understand this, you can basically cover 5 years of building your visual library because you understand that these certain things have the the effect that you're looking for. I am crazy. I am absolutely. It's. I mean, there's no other word, right? Because usually, nobody looks at this stuff this way. And even in my almost 40 years of being alive, I have not met anybody that tells me about lines of cubes and boxes and planes and stuff, and there's space, and then you have like a single line in 3D space and perspective. Like, and I can just look at my own brain and be like, I mean, it makes sense to me, and I know that it's a kind of level of digging so deep that it is not normal, right? It is not normal really to like when it comes to not the normal way of learning perspective is basically you have a teacher or you have a guide or you have a book or like draw a box or YouTube videos, right? And it starts somewhere and it ends. And I could watch this and still be like, but if this is like this and there is causality and if I move this around, it changes this and this, right? And the only way for me to understand the dynamic nature of space or of form and space is by looking at its components, right? So if there is this is like we're going insane, right? If there is the illusion of 3D space, if you say this is indeed 3D, and we all know I'm drawing on a 2D canvas, right? There's no real physical 3D space. In the boxes, it's a little bit wrong, but you get the point. How does the feel and the appearance of 3D space get inside these 1, 2, 3 planes that are made from not one, 4 lines each, and they share 2 edges, right? Top plane, left plane, front plane. This is how I usually go, and it points this way. This would be the front. This is the side. This is the top. And I'm reading chat quickly. So for me, I remember this, I was like 18 years old and like trying to figure this out. So um, the question that I asked by just wanting to do this, trying to figure this out. I'm like, how does the perspective get in there? And I looked at comic books and they did this and like people could draw so fast. And I'm like, how do I do this so fast? Like the pianist, right? I didn't want to like draw a point and then like, okay, there's my space and grid. And I didn't want to use grids. Like, holy shit, it's vomiting in my brain. So but the question makes sense, right? If I can't draw something in perspective, how does the perspective get inside the box, right? And it doesn't really make sense. But if I say there is a space and the visual markers of the space, meaning if there is geometry inside the space, the geometry has to behave a certain way, right? And that is geometry in 3D space that gets converted into a 2D drawing on my canvas that is then um, specifically produced to maintain the 3D illusion, right? And there is a kind of cognitive, some kind of understanding there that you can basically bridge over by basically knowing about it, right? Makes sense. Meaning you can cover the mental library stuff if you have the right information, if the information is presented to you, right? And it's basically something that took me a long time, right? Even though I understood it in fairly quickly. I spent 3 months drawing boxes, just figuring this stuff out. Like it was stressful, right? And it didn't even make make it so much easier. Like it was frustration. Basically, every day was frustrating drawing boxes and figuring stuff out. It did go easier and it was kind of fun in the end, but still, um, Anyway, geometry inside 3D space, and this is the assumption. We work on 2D space, but this is what we want to create. And again, if we go logically, right, it all makes sense. If stuff comes closer to me, it has to go bigger. If stuff goes further away, it has to go smaller. That is basically one part of the logic, right? So if we have the basic box and we can draw ourselves, we have no neck. So we draw ourselves on the box. If it goes away, it has to go smaller. And if we just compare, this line is bigger. This line is small. And it already holds basically the information, right? Every single square contains this information if it is correctly, projected in space and blah, blah, blah. So this is smaller because it goes back, right? And this line has a certain angle off its basically horizontal or vertical friend. And this collapses because eventually if this plane continues towards infinity, this will go smaller, 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 smaller. Eventually it's just a point, right? So this is small because it's further away, and these lines basically form the square. And this again is the 2x2 line pairs. This goes smaller, this goes bigger. This is size change. Size change. These other two friends, they don't really go smaller in this scenario because they don't really, like, they have no mass and no volume, no depth. So I can turn these into a plane and still have this be bigger and this be smaller, and all of these lines, they would follow this, right? And they eventually, I call them lead because they lead me towards wherever my plane is going. The first line that I draw is my lead. It tells me the box is basically facing to my right side. So if I take these 2 points, basically all I really do is copy the line. And the direction of the line makes the difference. I can put it there, and this again is the difference between the perspectives, right? One line, and this is the direction. And if I connect these points, you have a fundamentally different perspective. And again, I can complete this and say this goes down because reasons to complete the box. And I can basically do the same with this one. I'm pulling it into space. It's all I do, right? So you have your initial lead, you have a point, and basically this line can branch off of your lead in a certain angle variance, right? And this is what I follow. So I can draw this line, and then this one, I can take this line and already move it over. And if I connect these points, I have this angle. If this angle is any way different, right? If this is any way different, that means that the plane is changing position. Because if I am standing on the edge, what would happen to the friend on the other side? This guy, right? This one. What happens to him if I'm standing on this point and I'm basically looking along this edge? Like, it doesn't do this, right? It doesn't stay parallel, so it does do this. Because I know this is still small and this is big, because I want to have the feel for depth. What is in front has to be bigger. That is part logic. So if I am moving position, angles change. If the box is traversing back and forward, it's changing size. And this is now we are already getting into curved linear. So remember, 2x2, right? 2 lines change angles, 2 lines change size. 2x2, remember, 2x2, right? And if we take the most generic box, we have 3 planes, right? 3 is wrong. I should learn to count, right? 1, 2, 3. And all of these lines, all of these planes have their own 2x2s, right? And that leads basically to a natural 3-point perspective. Naturally. The first one is logic. I want depth. Therefore, I have to have one line big and one line small because that is the relationship I need. Because it's big in front and it's small in the back. And it's terrible, but you get the point. So what is this, right? Small in the back, big in front, and I have bodies connecting this. So this angle, being almost horizontal, has a certain point. Anybody know? Did anybody know? Eye level horizon. If my face is aligned, right, I would have a box. And what I'm doing is basically this is me looking at the box, and I'm looking straight at the edge. All I would see is this, right? This is 1, this is 2, and I have x and y and left and right? So the second line, further away from me, it cannot be the same size, right? Logic, come on. So it cannot be the same size, but it has to be smaller. And here again is the assumption. If I am aligned either left or right, the line would basically be completely horizontal. The other line would fall over, right? If I'm in the middle, both lines collapse the same amount, right? Logic. So here we go. If this is smaller, I can basically say I'm in the middle, right? If it is not smaller, otherwise I'm either left or right. So I create a different pole because basically the way the plane leads into space is different. And this is, if I take this over and do this, I have the same plane. Left and right equal collapse, angle different. Angle offset from horizontal. Excuse me. So if I do this, I have the same thing. And this again is the assumption that I'm standing in the middle and I'm aligned with the grid or with the plane. So if I'm positioning myself in this corner, basically the line goes up and this one falls over and I have a different plane. This is something that I wanted to understand and I had to understand, right? So that I can properly position objects basically in front of me. So that I draw one and the second one. And so the second plane or the second box, what I'm looking at is this angle. I don't want it to be parallel. So what I do is I draw this in my brain because I already have it once, and instead of copying this, I branch it out, right? It's like I have base angle and I make a variation. I should draw this, right? I have this base and I have my base angle change, right? Angle change. So what happens if I do this again, right? I have this base angle and I change it and I do it again. Eventually I reach this barrier, vertical, horizontal, whichever, because this is where I stand. Otherwise, this creates the curvilinear effect because you can continue this way. So what happens between this one, basically this is what I usually do. I hatch this. It shows the transition between this angle going in and this angle going out. And in between, you have your transition between your visual field because you have something that you see from the one side and suddenly you see it from the other. And that again means you have to be in between. Logic. Right? If the box is in front of you, you see this. If you do see this and you move the box to the left or the right, you would see the side plane. And again, there's the thing with the perspective. Remember, 2 by 2, these have the same size. If I do have the same size and I change the size, where is the line? Is it up or down, right? So if I do this, this line goes down, this remains. And it's completely, it works, right? There's nothing wrong with this box. If I do this again, and I take this line, but leave it on the top, it does this. Because my brain, my face is on the line with this edge. Therefore, I don't see it. And it has to be completely straight. The box stuff is more fundamental. If I want to draw the people things that I want to draw, which includes technical, roboty, techie stuff, I have to know the boxes. But again, this is size change. Everything else is angle change. And this is basically everything you would need to know about the perspective. You don't need to draw a single point grid stuff. All you do is you have 4 lines, and they have to be arranged in a certain way. Between these, I already have 2 markers, right? Size change and angle change, because they are not parallel. They are not meant to be parallel. And this makes the difference, because if I connect this one and this one, I have 2 more markers. It's not the same angle, and they're not supposed to be. And what this does is creates basically a setup for 2 or 3 point perspective, because these guys lead this way and these guys, they lead this way and they meet. Because this is arrows, right? The arrows point towards things. And I know this, right? I draw lines and I know this, right? Because they are not parallel. And I'm meaning to do it this way, which makes this one smaller and this one bigger. Because the lines, they collapse naturally. All I really draw is one line. What I know is if I don't keep them parallel, I create basically the right relationship, which leads to the first vanishing point. If I draw this to infinity, I have it. Same thing, parallel lines. Nothing happens, right? If I move this over, it's kind of weird looking, but it does form the vanishing point because they go there, and this is big, this is small. If I continue this, it eventually becomes so small, it's just a pointlessness. So when I draw the boxes, I look for this stuff. And when I draw this kind of stuff, I also look for the stuff. It's so simple, actually. Shh. Like, take this, right? There's one line. It has a certain angle. If I take this one, move it there, I have my plane, right? If I don't move it there, I basically change angles in between. I have a plane that it kind of looks like it's rotating, right? And if I continue this, it basically looks like it's rotating. The thing behind vanishing points, yes, I am a box. I mean, looking at how you call me crazy, and there is a, it's not entirely wrong, it's not like I'm drooling and I'm spouting stuff about being chased and being observed by the FBI or some kind of weird agents from God, something, you know. And still, it's weird. It's so weird and it's so logical, and I'm crazy. Okay, what was I saying? Looking at the complexity of this, and I'm for myself digging up a layer of insanity that is part of perspective. That it doesn't make it easier really, because you discover so much more complexity that you wish to understand, which it doesn't really make it easier in the beginning because you have to spend years and stuff. So uh, basically months and months of practice. And this is where you can just draw a point, right? And draw a grid and be happy because your perspective works and you can create the 3D illusion using a crutch. Using um, um, how do you call the wheels? Training wheels for the bike, and it works, right? And you can do crazy stuff with this. And it's still like for my own performance. If I'm the pianist again, it means I have to rely on the metronome to keep my pacing. It means I have to rely on basically sheet notation because I can't remember or play my own music. So I use crutches to make it easier, and they are all valid, right? But if you look at how you want to be as an artist, like your own performance, and maybe it doesn't even matter, but it matters to me because I don't want to struggle, right? And if I say I don't want to struggle, it means I have to be able to perform, um, what's the word, consistently on a kind of high standard professional something level where I can't, for my own sake and for my own self, for my own freedom, rely on sheet notation or a metronome or perspective grids. It doesn't work. And only within this kind of wanting and desire, I had to dig so deep to take the boxes apart to basically drive myself to insanity and back. Like, it's like saying only knowing what I know now is where I can, like, permit myself to feel the sense of freedom that I always wanted. Weird. This is weird. Yeah, true. It's so true. It's so true. I definitely, let me quickly scroll the chat. I think, did I miss this? I missed the sub. Achil. Akil. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Okay, now I had this one. There is about mental library. I can't really disagree, but there is a but. There is a but between um. Let me read this again. Okay, mental library. The mental library, the information stored as mental library is based on how we store it. So anybody can look at this and say it's a box, and you can store this as a box, right? That is one unit of information. And this is just one example. The way we basically observe things, analyze things, the way we look at stuff in general is makes a huge difference. How we well, the potency, the effectiveness, the efficiency of basically mental library, right? And it's not just a box. Otherwise, it's always just a box, right? And this still, for my brain, it is a completely different kind of thing, storing the information, right? Because you already know how I take things apart, and it includes anchor relationships between lines. It includes volume information, the perspective, like the actual space, right? The actual space surrounding this box, not visible, but still being there in my brain, something, right? Which, like, there is it's so weird. And I suppose eventually you end up with, like, does talent exist and how much does your own intelligence mix in, right? Like, there's a way of and I know how critically I can think and analyze stuff, right? And not everybody does it, but the way you do this makes a difference. And scientists do it because they have to, because you want to find the true, and not just something you think is true or believe to be true because you need the evidence, etc., etc. And I'd rather not believe in talent and say the way I handle information and the stuff is that, because still, like, again, the way when you say I'm crazy, right, and the way I explain stuff, it's not common to look at it this way. If people have been drawing boxes and cubes and studying perspective, there were people that invented this stuff, right? There were people that invented this perspective stuff. And why don't they talk about angles like I do? Why don't they take it apart so fundamentally and raw that it can be explained, reproduced easily and simply within the dynamicness of optics and perspective change and form change and, again, distortion change, which we can understand because we have optics. People back in the day didn't. But still, it is a fundamental raw taking apart of the concept that drawing perspective is. And again, people back in the day had that fundamental library because they invented it, perspective. And I can't really say I know more because I don't. All I really do is I take apart different kinds of layers of information because they are there, and they've always been there. It's not like the birds need to have a PhD in aerodynamics to understand how to fly. It was always there until the human came along and invented something that we call aerodynamics. We need it to fly. The bird don't. Anyway, the way I feel like still the difference in observation and analyzing what you see makes a huge difference in the skill that comes from learning and stuff. And again, there's a logic. There's a logical the pinnacle of the things Kim Jong-il. People have been drawing boxes for years and decades and longer than he was alive, right? Like, people have been drawing boxes and studying perspective longer than I've been alive. And still, if I take Kim Jong-il and what he does to boxes in space and form in space and perspective and distortion as the absolute 100% capability and absolute ability of what can be done, right? People should have been there before him. And that is kind of knowledge that should have been in the box. Like, logically, fundamentally, if you go by what people have been known and invented, that stuff, that it should have been in the box. Like, easily, comprehensively, so that anybody, like the smallest 10-year-old boy that wants to draw people in space or boxes in perspective should have access to that kind of stuff. And it shouldn't take me 5 to 7 or whatever amount of years and some kind of insanity to figure this stuff out. Like, there's no way you can blame or basically say it's just like there seems to be a difference in mental library and how information is used. Most definitely. Need more drink. No. I think no. Possibly, I wouldn't know. My guess is no. It depends, I guess. If you look at art history, there has been a time where art was flat, like more or less completely two-dimensionally, and there was no real illusion of depth and perspective in space. Like not in the terms of vanishing points and all this stuff. So eventually, I mean, the human has always been into recreating stuff, right? And that people have making art and try to reproduce reality, how they see it, how they feel it, how they perceive it, whatever. And eventually they would have gone into like realizing the depth of space and try to reproduce it or try to understand how to reproduce that kind of perception of space and depth on basically again make something we see in 3D and we have a 2D canvas, so we have to understand how to produce the illusion. Somewhere I believe it's somewhere in art history. I can't really say where it came from, and I believe it has still it's that's I'm jumping towards geometry, including mathematics. Like, because it's like the dimensionality of stuff, right? Because you have 3 dimensions and there's a lot of scientific stuff in there that didn't really matter when it's just about making art or drawing stuff in perspective, including our sciences of optics is part of this stuff, and we can certainly understand more and comprehend more intellectually than the people did back in those days, hundreds of years ago. Okay, did I miss anything? Esther, how are you doing? Esther 4. Hi everybody. I don't even know. Anybody listening? I have no idea. It's been a couple of months. Me being on microphone last time. Yeah, boxes drive me crazy. My current I don't even know level of madness. So besides the boxes that I draw, there is a kind of frame. It's a ghost frame within the depth of the space. So when I draw the box, I have to access, I need to see how to lay or how to overlay the ghost frame to create the depth. That is like, there's stuff that you see, and then there's stuff that can be covered up because shadow or shading. Otherwise, there are other boxes that turn it into something that you only see partially. And the way I want to work around the aesthetics is, so I have to layer the values. And I need to layer the values in a proper kind of contrasts, but otherwise being able to see this weird ghost frame is breaking my brain. The way I would analyze the it's complete madness. Like, I know I have a space. The space is a grid. This is one grid, right? It's just one plane. The space usually extends, right? And when you have a point grid, it basically looks like this, right? And that is a layered space. There's different layers of space, and they all connect. That means they are lined up, right? So when I draw basically one plane, the plane itself can line up, but it doesn't have to. So if I draw this and then, pretend that there is a different grid so that it lines up differently, the second box is behind the first box, right? So there can be a box, there can be a box. So what I did is, this is the space that lines up. The second box is basically offset. it goes up and goes to the side on my 2D space, right? And still the boxes themselves within my 2D space that I draw on can still be lined up, right? So within my weird point space, that basically I have one box that I draw. I have to extend the space and know where this box basically lines up within the space, right? In XYZ, right? So when um, I did some when I try to draw this, or these, I carve it out of a box. I have one volume, and all the changes happen inside. It has to still remain logical in terms of it has to be believable geometry, and it can't just be placed randomly and look weird in a way, And it's breaking my brain. No joke, right? I have these lines, they build a shape, and between this, the first thing I would do is try to find this point that lines up with this edge, right? And then find the second one, and then draw like a grid over everything in my brain, right? And then find out how can I take this one, right? If I just go up, and draw a plane there, I know it's not lining up with this one because it's all the way in the back. So it lines up with basically with the outer edge. But all I really do is go up, and so between this edge and this edge is still space. And that is, again, is the space that I need to understand. And that is, it's the same for basically all edges, because this edge lines up with this space. And then I have to understand what is next to this one, so that I can properly draw a square plane in this location, knowing there is space between and it doesn't line up with this edge, so that it basically changes location. That is driving me insane. So that is basically somewhere between knowing the 3D space and drawing 2D. You have a weird kind of conversion. I know I'm drawing two-dimensionally, and I have to understand how my stuff would line up, so that I can basically remove all of this. There we go. I know I have my box, and all I really draw is my shape, and I, would go up, and then draw my shape and know where it is in space, without doing this and this and this, and basically drawing how it would line up, so that my brain can perceive how it lines up. This is something my brain has to figure out. Yes. that is some madness. For me, to me, this kind of exercise would be very raw. Usually, nobody does it, right? I'm looking basically at the most fundamental flaw or lack of understanding that I can find in myself that keeps me from progressing, right? It's not, if I were to try to draw robots, I could draw fantastic robots. I would still struggle and I would still be frustrated because of it, but this is very, very, very raw in terms of practice. You gotta work, I suppose, some duty things. You go the duty things. Subscribe. I love you. I love you. I love you. Kappa. Any questions? Any questions? New AC is all sexy. Get some ice balls. Scrub balls. Frozen scrub on a stick. That sounds nice. Any questions? Going back, this exercise or any kind of exercise is basically the box. Like I remember going back like a couple of months when all the madness with the boxes started. The next step was basically L shape. It's kind of just two squares, one left, one right, to form one L. This thing is handy because it doesn't cover 90 degrees, right? It covers 90 degrees. Going back to the box, you have basically 4 of those in one square. And this kind of stuff, like understanding I have a box, right? And protruding the box into either direction or either axis does help my brain. And this one, it shows kind of, again, storing information in your mental library. This alone stores my 90 degrees, right? So it has a transition through space, which the normal box does not have. The normal box is linear, right? Going around the corner, you have your 90 degrees, which is fine. You have a different degree angle on the other side. But this one, it definitely made sense. So the next step after this is basically pulling this shape into 3D. And this is fine if you have the normal box with all your planes. There's your L shape. There's one. You can have a second one. Holy shit. Holy shit. Leo misclick. That was a misclick, you crazy man. Holy shit. Holy shit. You crazy. Holy shit. What up? What up? What? Disturbing. Disturbing the lesson. Oh my god. Leo said I talk too much. I talk so much. Do I talk too much? Thank you, Leo. You're crazy. Thank you, Leo. You're crazy. To anybody lurking, I'm gonna just read this. Skywalk, you gotta sub. Azash, you gotta sub. No flows, you gotta sub. Calamitius, you gotta sub. Papa, you gotta sub. The Viridian, you gotta sub. Tin Robert, you gotta sub. Josie Boy, you gotta sub. Benjamin Vic, you gotta sub. Potato like put. I like this name. You gotta sub. Everybody gotta sub. Anyway. Pulling this thing into perspective is basically, instead of drawing your square shape, the next step is you take the corner point and pull it down, right? And usually you have mostly parallel angles, so all you really do is pull this down, and then you pull this down, which forms the basic 3D volume. And this stuff I did in many great variation, and I'm still doing this in Made Granny. Made Granny, great many variations. Eventually, the geometry of basically maintaining complex geometry is kind of part of the key focus something. So that drawing more or less more complex boxes, like all you really do is you take boxes, part of boxes, and stack them together, combine them to draw more weird things. Like this, it's one example. It looks more like something identifiable, some kind of drone, robot, can shoot stuff, has armor, has stuff, rockets, weird looking arms, and it's still boxes. And there is a, like the most dominant boxy L shape is basically this one, right? This one, and then it goes forward, right? I'm gonna copy this real quick to show you guys what I mean. This is the basic shape that's in there, or the basic form. And that is the one that's identifiable. Everything else is kind of like more or less chaotic. However, if I want it, I can still, there's one plane, right? This one is a weird looking cylinder. It's not really, correctly drawn to be identified, but otherwise you can still identify the planes in the boxes. This one is supposed to conform. There would be one plane. Then this plane is kind of rotated. So there's like the underlying geometry of this kind of stuff is fairly simple. And this would be the main thing, right? And then I can say this one goes up, this one goes basically top plane. Again, I'm drawing a progression, step by step. Front plane, wall, top plane, wall. Excuse me. Everything else, basically, instead of going up, I can go diagonally and form a different plane, which then, again, continues this way, and I can, make my box. Otherwise, I can draw this again flat, and then cut this open, and have a different plane, different box, whatever. Otherwise, I don't do any of this, and instead I would have this guy, and there's another L shape. And again, it's a box, right? There's one box. There's two boxes. There's one box. Two boxes. Boxes. Right? So again, and there again comes the stuff with the space, right? I have to know how this continues. And then you may not always want to stay within the box, but making stuff look round is kind of tricky. Especially like making organic form is definitely tricky. So how do I do this? That is a weird one. That is a weird one. So you can basically fake this. Remember the L shape, right? And instead of thinking this is your square space, your box square space, right? This would be the space being led by L shapes. And this, again, like one example is like a stupid rock, right? And the rock is sitting on the ground. So if I look at this from the top, this is my rock. And I know my space, basically the grass and the leaves and every other tiny pebbles, they don't work in a grid, right? They don't do this. They basically go anywhere they please. And it's something more or less circular. And this helps me to kind of figure out, is my space doing this or is it doing this, right? So I have to know what is around my space. So going from this one to this one to this one to this one, and I would have my space, I can continue the space. So instead of then again remaining linear, I have to have an angle to basically show the transition between this guy, and I can say, I want this one, right? I want this one. There's one box, there's one box, there's one box, right? I can totally do this. There's one box. Again, figuring out how to capture the space that is around this. And again, I can pull this into 3D space, right? I take a point and I pull it down to give me a little bit more dimensionality from all of this. So again, if I do have a rock, right, I have tiny pebbles. So what I do have is stuff behind this, right? I got a burp. So I would have partially grass covered up, and I have a partial rock that is also behind this. Maybe I have a bigger one that's also behind this, and then they have something that is in front of this, right? So again, if we look at this from the top, right, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 main things plus the grass. From the top, I have the main thing, I have the other thing, the tiny thing, and the other tiny thing, and I have the grass, right? So again, what I'm looking at is basically there is a radius. And from one point, I would basically consider it to be my center. And it is the weird looking rock, right? Let's give him some eyes so that he looks happy. He gets some eyes as well. Some teeth. Teeth. Yep. Again, I would draw a round space instead of having my weird looking rock and doing this. This is weird. Even if you consider like your vanishing point in perspective, I still think about the more circular, it goes around, right? And usually it doesn't really make sense to have like a box, and then instead of going linear, right? Something goes left, something goes right, and you continue this. I would draw the circular setup because reasons. If I have an arm, and arms are cylinders, and arms have fingers, right? There's a shoulder and stuff. Stuff goes around, right? Around my arm. It doesn't like just sit there like a bandana, right? It actually I want to have this go around and make it look right. Maybe I have like weird looking spikes on my arm. And I still have to understand how to make this stuff actually go around. So what if I have a circle? Maybe it's a face. The face has weird looking spikes attached to his face. And it looks cool if it works, right? If you get the feel that it actually like it goes around. I have no other words, right? It has to look right. And again, when so let's see. There's more analysis. I have the most top point, and then I go 1 and 2 over. This one, this one. If I want to cover the 90 degrees to understand my space, right? L shapes, or whatever, 90 degrees. I draw this, right? It's like a weird looking nose, but I know it goes forward. And between this one and this one, I have 90 degrees, right? Between these two, I have the average of 45. And again, this is where things get weird when I think about like how to curve over. Eventually, I can't see it anymore. I am up top, so I'm looking down, right? Eventually, this is like the cutoff point, right? I can't look and see what's behind it, right? So this would be like the last thing I see completely on the surface. And then there's this guy, partially covered up. I can't see it. And then there's this guy. I wouldn't see this one probably. And still I have to have something in there and then something else, and maybe there's the last one. And this too, like doing this right now, I do realize it's something I have to practice. Going back is basically understand your 90-degree space. There's one, there's the other. Between I have 45. And this thing should still go forward. Right? It's not going down. So still, I have a line going down. But if I want to turn this into a box, I have to draw the line so carefully to make it look like it's going forward. Which there's no forward in the space. And again, we end up with something small in the back and something slightly bigger in the front to create this illusion. Otherwise, the key of my focus was always on basically understanding how to rotate stuff around a single point. Because, I don't know, like, even when you have vanishing points and all these points will protrude there, I can still turn this into my center and then basically have my lines from my perspective grid flow across the circle. That is a very good exercise because stuff and things don't always line up. So let me quickly go upstairs. So when you have your perspective space, you work with grids. Everything is usually aligned with the grid, so that you have your chairs and your boxes and your tables and your bed and your windows, and everything protrudes towards the point. Right? It's basically, this is your space. It is linear, right? What if your space is this? It's basically the same. It's just 45 degrees on its head, right? So basically, the box that I would draw does not do this, but it basically does this. And so the weird part is, because this point is further back in space, this one is closer. What I can still do is basically project on top. I'm projecting a one-point perspective on top of this. And I realize the box is not lined up. So when I have my room, right, and everything is lined up, my table, my chair, my bed, my rug, my sofa, my whatever, my something and something, this works. Because everything would follow the stuff, the space, like a grid, right? What if you have a space that is basically not aligned? So every object has their own vanishing point, because it doesn't protrude to one single point, and everything is basically, there's your chair, there's your bed, and there's your rug, and there's your table. Because there's your table, and there's your rug, there's your something. So the boxes, they are not on the grid, but they are offset. That is something where you basically get into complexity of perspective that is very, very, very difficult to figure out, because main reason, accuracy. If I were to draw this room, I would be very careful, because you have your main grid, like the floor, which is a one-point perspective, simple, right? It's basically this. Every other object cannot be aligned with the grid on this plane. So what I would do is basically, sometimes, right? It's a weird thing. I draw my thing, and I find 4 points, and I connect the points and see what box I get from this. Because the first box, it's like a frame, right? And I rotate the second box, or the volume from the second box, within the frame of the first, to figure out what kind of different angles does it kind of, like, it's an experiment to figure out, does it lead to some kind of accurate result. So I can do this again, right? I find my 4 points, and I'm very careful, and there's a mistake, right? Because this angle, this one, should not be like this. It has to be like more straight, right? And this is like my experience. In my experience, I would realize this, right? If I go back, I would draw this further, just slightly, so I have a proper plane sitting on top of my other planes. Like, you can end up with weird looking shapes. That is the issue, right? What you know is the first shape, or any other shape, still exists on your spatial plane, right? So you can basically, from the top, front flat space, right? You can have a shape like this. What you know is that the space, or the plane, is still completely flat, right? And you can say there's 1 point, there's a second point. So you have the point, and you basically just bridge it, and you simplify the shape. This arc, again, 90-degree coverage, right? 90-degree almost, right? This is weird, so it goes over, and then this one, again, I'm looking for the distance between my end lines, right? Does it intersect? Does it not intersect? And still, this is weird. What I would not try, I would not force the accuracy. I don't want to, like, come up with some kind of shape that looks cool and then, draw it in a different angle. There is a margin of error that I'm okay with. Forcing accuracy is, don't do it, right? Give yourself time, at first. But this is, it's interesting just because knowing how to basically, the first box gives you the idea of the space, right? And I'm drawing these very loosely, but I know there is another box, like another spatial plane that I can use. It's the space that surrounds the main box, right? And then understanding basically how there is the one space and how does it happen? How would it look if you have basically the second box rotated? And again, we have your main space, and then between this you have your 90 degrees, you have another 90 degrees. This is, again, the 90 degrees of the L shape is a simplification, but it helps. And I can say, this is where it has to go. If I want more distortion, instead of staying parallel, all I do is I collapse this. It looks like it's getting skinnier, like it's getting thinner at the end, right? Like there is a box shape, and then you have, it's like a party hat. It's a triangle, but it's not a triangle, right? Because it's depth. That is something, again, the difference in interpretation, because you can always have a triangle just be a triangle. Otherwise, if I do this and I cut the party hat and say, there's my box, and that means I draw a 3D volume from a triangle in perspective, and that is a 2-point perspective. That is, again, it is a kind of simplification process. Again, we have a party hat triangle. We cut off the one thing and we extend it into space. And we can then see that it is indeed getting skinnier at the end because there's your offset between the lines. And that too is something like eventually you would do experiments. You know, if you really go deep, you have your main space. And how would it look if I make this like a wedge so that it gets skinnier, right? Like thinner. Form does it, right? If you have your torso, your man, boob, female torso, it gets skinnier, and then it goes wider again. This again is something I would, if anything, figure out in simpler kind of forms. Understand the space, understand the shapes, figure out how to pull it into whatever space perspective, something weird. And there are so many different things you could practice, but don't necessarily have to. You know, including we talked about basically the L shape, and this is the L shape on the top plane. You can figure out or focus on the L shape on the side plane, and just know you're drawing on the side axis. Otherwise, you have the other one. And just figure out how does it look, how do you have to move your hand and your arm, and basically contemplate form from like a completely different angle. And that includes, it's basically when we have a word, we read it from the left to the right. Know that you could read it from the right to the left, right? Like we perceive space and form a certain way. When I look at this box, basically the first read I make is from the left to the right, and then I come from the top down. What it's a kind of conditioning, right? Like how do I angle this? Somewhere down the line in my madness, I make the logical conclusion that it makes sense to understand space one way, linear. There is a dynamic kind of nature to how we read. We can read top down, left, right, up, down, diagonally. So I already know I have 3 planes, right? X, Y, Z. I can then say, I can read, basically instead of having this read linear, left, left, right, up, down, I can say, I create a new read and make this my top plane. So basically, if I rotate my own head 90 degrees to the left, I have the correct space. But now this is my top. This goes up into space. And I have this being my lead, and everything is different. So ultimately, my hand, my arm has to be familiar with drawing complex geometry from the top down, and on the one axis, and on the other axis. And there, I already noticed my brain is stumbling. But this is the exercise. My brain has to be very familiar, right? So that I can basically go in and wing my shapes and just, pull them into perspective. And even if it's something weird, but I have to identify what is going on, including like, what is even going on? That is the first question. Having this ability in all axes is, usually it doesn't really serve a purpose if there is no purpose. When it comes to the complexity, and geometry becomes something very odd if you try to extract the knowledge of perspective. Like, you look at it and you say it makes sense, right? You can identify this as the top. And then my brain goes like, I can't even describe this. I gotta draw a grid. This is like the madness, right? It's a stupid experiment. When this is my space, and basically my understanding of space, I take this, and my concept of space gets offset in itself, basically. It's like I create a fracture of it's so weird between the collapse of knowing the space is 3D and I have a 2D drawing. I can erase or basically not look at this and create something entirely different. Usually, there is a way to it builds. There is a flip flop between the 3D reality and 2D drawing. There is a perspective projection kind of. I know Bonet Hogarth, he has it in his books. It's like a weird projection thing. So this plane can be seen from two sides, and the shape remains the same. One is the shape you want. The other one is the basic projection that projects the basic shape into the space instead of just leaving it where it is, which again is the weird thing. So I can take this thing and look at it from the top or the bottom. And this is the kind of flip-flop that happens in the brain because it's a choice, right? If I see it from the bottom, I draw this, and this is the bottom. If I draw it like this, I see it from the top, and this becomes the top. The brain kind of naturally understands how the geometry has to look to have an identifiable top plane, side plane, front plane. Like the brain naturally determines this in some kind of way. And still, if I say I draw the top plane and I want to see it from the bottom, it works, but sometimes this is messing with my brain, quite literally, because I'm stuck between seeing from the top. It's like I'm projecting arrows down into my space, and they're all falling, like they forcefully, right? And it's like, and then my brain does the thing, and then what happens is basically this, right? Like there is a fracture, and it's basically my brain is still trying to figure out the read as is doing like this, right? I can't really, and I fear this as confusion, also quite literally. Like sometimes when I'm bouncing between seeing it this way and then seeing it the other way, and then I try to do something my own way, and it's like this. Quite literally, it's so weird. It's so weird. Anyway, looking at the box planes and the box axis separately is very, very, very helpful. Very helpful. Because sometimes you don't see certain planes because you don't see them, they're covered up, or the geometry doesn't have them. And then still being able to understand the space is very good. What do I mean? What do I mean? So basically, it's this is easy because we start with this 3D volume, and we can identify the top. We can identify this as my ground plane, and these lines, they continue towards infinity, and they are indeed my perspective ground floor grid. It covers all the space. All right, this is easy. What is not easy if I start this way? I have a box. Or do I have two boxes? I have one box, two planes visible. I can't have just one box. Instead say this box is positioned in such a way that I don't see its 3D volume, because I'm basically front on. This is the box, and this is me looking at the plane. I can't see what's up top because I don't go there. I can't see what's on the side because my eyes don't go there. You know, it's like me sitting in front of my screen right now. I can't see what's left and right of it. I can't see behind it, you know? So how do I identify the space? And this again, I can project the same box, the same plane under this one. And I could draw basically the same plane up top and say it's now the ceiling. And I have something within that is between my box space. And I can transition this. Again, I have 2x2s where the angle changes. In between, I eventually have a line that is completely horizontal because my eye level is right on this alley. So if this is indeed a box, I would naturally see its bottom plane, and I would see its top plane because it's above my eyes and because it's below my eyes. That is also a perspective, because it all depends on where are you in your space. If you're up here, you could see the top plane from the top, the top plane or the top box, right? You would see it. If you are below this one, you would see the bottom plane's bottom plane. What? The bottom box's bottom plane. Holy poop. That is the perspective change, right? And you can basically understand it depends on where are you in your space. And usually the first box is logical that we draw it from basically top-down view. So I see it from the top and I see it from the side, from both actually. Do I still have this? Yes, I have this. Oh, let's go. Let's go. There, look, perspective. Isn't it beautiful? Perspective. Oh, I love this. Look, I made an arts. I made an arts. Isn't it fantastic? Yes. Fame and glory. I'm taking a drink. I'll leave you with the arts. So perspective grid, right? The point being, the grid covers space. The grid is space. If you want to go raw and look at the fundamental building blocks, the grid is lines. Lines, right? Lines make a grid. Who knew, right? So if we continue the space, we would eventually end up, where's the camera? Because this camera is seeing this image. This is what we see if we are the camera. So again, us seeing this right now means there is a different camera seeing it from a different angle, but we can't go there. So what we can do is basically continue the space until we find us. And there's us. But it's not us because we are looking down on this guy. That means us ourselves, we are just another camera in the same space. That too is perspective. Because it depends on where are you in relation to what you're looking at. And eventually, this is like it's showing the transition. Like it shows the transition from basically our normal view. It extends the space. Because if I'm standing outside, the space is not limited to my frame, right? If I look down to my feet, I would see this. right? This is us right now looking down at our feet, literally, literally. This making sense? Any questions? But it makes sense, right? It definitely makes sense. So the ability to draw this, even with inaccuracy, it's not easy, but you can. It's basically following simple, very simple kind of things. What are these things? Okay, you can go away. Shoo, 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 shoo. But that is perspective. It always depends on where are you in relation to your stuff. Here's a quick rant. One issue that I have with the perspective that is in books, and basically maybe the main reason why I hate it so much. Visually, when it comes to drawing, you have to understand how to create depth. And depth is not created by the word perspective, right? Or the use of a point, right? The point is a helpful tool to help your brain guide you to create these certain things. And by certain things, I mean the stuff that creates the depth. It sounds so weird, right? um, like I feel my brain was not compatible, right? Because it didn't make sense. Like perspective, as I understood it, does not mean distortion. And perspective means distortion, but it doesn't. There's a, so when I talk to people, or when I basically ask them the simple question, and it is a kind of analytical kind of how does I will ask you guys, how does the perspective get inside the box? And by perspective, still, it doesn't refer to distortion or the use of a point where stuff vanishes. That means basically this box is in perspective. It is in perspective. What people usually think, and like 3-point perspective stuff, right? You expect a certain kind of something, right? Like this one. Is this box in perspective? They are both in perspective. This one box has something box 2 does not. Or basically the other way around. Box 2 has a certain kind of feature of space. Box number 1 does not visualize this kind of feature of space. Quite literally. So what is the difference? What is the difference? Both boxes are in perspective. What is the difference? And it's not a vanishing point. I mean, no, it's not the vanishing point. So what is the difference? What happened? What happened? Revert. Okay. My mute microphone button is revert in Photoshop. I mean, you know this, Penguin. Boo. You know this already. You know this already. There's the smart guy in the class. I mean, yes, it is distortion. And usually, if stuff protrudes towards a single point, and we draw our arrows towards this thing, we end up with something big in front and something small in the back. And I talked about this earlier, big and small. If you take your hand and hold it in front of your eyeball, distortion is size change. If you see something far away, it is generally smaller because between you, like in the space, you can basically have two U's, right, between the space. You don't change the size. when you run away. But if you stand inside the space and you have like a ball that's very big and you kick the ball very far away, what happens to the ball? It has to shrink visually. This change is distortion. When basically you stand on a skyscraper, don't jump, it's bad. You stand on the tall building. Everything down below is very, very tiny. The roads, the cars, they're very tiny. That is, like there is a reason for this kind of stuff, like in optics, and you can analyze this stuff, but otherwise that is visual distortion. Stuff doesn't really get smaller, but it looks smaller. That is the point. When you hold your hand in front of your eyeball, it's very big. It looks big. When you move it away, it shrinks. Right? If, like in comparison, if I hold it in front of my face, it's very big. If I move it away, it's very small. The difference between is distortion. It's basically the same with the perspective. And that is literally the the simplest explanation, right? If I hold my hand and I'm drawing a box, if I hold my hand in front of my face, I have very sexy fingers, right? It's very, very, very big. I have to stretch my arm, stretch my spaghetti, right? And then it looks smaller. In this drawing, my eyes, there's one, there's two. These are my eyes. Visually, the hand is the same size. No, in reality, the hand is the same size. Visually, the hand becomes smaller when you have your basic geometry, and you say this line has to be in depth, in space, far, far away. This one is big, normal size. The other one has to be small because it's far away, and that is the illusion of space. If you have a telephone pole, yoink, yoink, poles. This one's big, a normal size. This is you, normal size. Small ball, very, very kickable. So logically, it has to shrink because it's further away. The next one, and I'm gonna go around the corner there for a moment. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So we are very far away, right? This one should be tiny. Now, again, if we go forward into space, logically, this one is our normal size. It has to be bigger. So the next one, the next telephone pole has to be bigger. And even though this one, it would have like enough space to like make it look like it's actually a telephone pole, you know. So there's enough space to give it a little bit of more detail, I suppose. Boxes, cylinders, boxes, more cylinders, more boxes. But this makes sense, right? Perspective. And usually I would rather draw something like this and understand the space and the depth than, like, as I understand it, creativity is free, right? It's flowing like water and it's going wherever it goes. Limiting my idea, my creativity to what I can squeeze into a perspective grid is not possible, because I'm gonna go big and then I'm gonna go small and I'm gonna go wherever I want. And then I add some kind of weird looking detail, maybe some flowers, and still I want to go where I please and still understand how stuff works in terms of this is big and this has to be small to create space, right? Like this is not hard to understand. And again, of course, I'm working with vanishing points, because if I go big this way and then I go small and then it's gone, there's a point. Whoop-de-doo, right? But it's pointless because that point is not in use, right? And if I want to go smaller and bigger and then to have something we can identify and relate to, right? I would draw something that you can identify, like a mailbox, some grass, right? Rocks, more grass, plants, grass. Um, Usually fences. Fences are great stuff because big pole, right? Smaller pole, big pole, smaller pole. That's all what it does, right? Big, smaller, 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 smaller. Eventually, it's just a point. Yeah. But this, yeah, perspective. Any questions? Any questions? Um, even the stuff with the boxes, right? Like the same idea is you have your main space. And that could, if you want to, you can have a tree, right? Just so you know where you are, and then you can figure out where you're going. You have another box, and another box, and technically these are boxes, but they're just squares. So I'm stacking boxes. I'm going somewhere in space. That is, I'd rather do this like by my choice, right? Than let the perspective grid dictate where I can or cannot go. And again, big, small, 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 small. Maybe I'm going wild and I'm having a massive box, right? And if I stay within the relationship, I draw a small door and I draw a small window, right? Logic, because it makes sense. And this is just to have some kind of something relatable. Otherwise, there's my tree, right? And I can start with the fence, right? And just draw my fence. I don't want to draw my fence, so otherwise, stacking boxes. And again, I'd rather manipulate the space, and that is really it. Draw. I can't really explain it. Draw what you want, but stay within these weird looking rules. And I'm bending the perspective. Or basically folding space. Otherwise, I'm just stacking boxes. So again, we can start, and this is our video game level. So we start at the point, right? And then we bounce between box and box and box. And eventually, this is where we flip, because this is the side we see. And then we don't see it anymore. So the box, any box on the other side, has to have this plane visible. This one. To continue the transition. Logic. I love it. One issue. So basically, doing these exercises, they are very, very, very great exercises. What you have to keep in mind is usually you can encompass all your space with a box, right? And this is like if I want to, let's say, contemplate accuracy. This space is not accurate because it cannot exist like this, and I know this, right? So even if I start somewhere, you can fold and bend the space and the perspective. Right? Usually you have a normal space. This is our eye level, how our eye sees. If we change the lens in our eye, the planes of the box that we see would warp and bend along the curvature. I don't know how this works. There's a reason. Let's say the body of the lens has a certain kind of refraction. And that means that anything you put in is like bloop, 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 is warped or something, so that the straight line that goes in comes out bent and warped. That you can observe this, right? This line is basically this one. The other line, this one is this one. This one is this one, and if I continue this, it looks like this, right? Like a bubble, more or less. But that is kind of the idea. Anyway, you can manipulate form and space so much that you create a logical space between logical space where it's more realistic, between going between how our eye can see and how the fish eye can see, right? And you can basically manipulate the space. And we talked about this earlier. I talked about this earlier, using these perspective markers, right? Per plane, the box has 3 planes. For every plane, you have 2 by 2 pairs, 2 by 2 by 3, right? 3 planes, 2 by 2 pairs. For every of these boxes, I manipulate my 2 by 2, right? And if you trace the difference between the planes, small top, small bottom, right? It's very squished. You see more, it's more. And eventually, between, again, this is this one, different. Take the other one, this one, different, right? The other one, and this is like the thing in the back, is always smaller. Small, big, small, big, small, big, small, big. Like literally, right? So again, what do? I have this one, and this one, and I can draw the bottom. And again, I can continue the space this way. I can continue the space this way. And again, I can do both and say, there's my new bottom plane, there's my box, and then still continue the space this way. Maybe go down further. Otherwise, I have another bottom plane, and then draw this one, and maybe I have like a leaning box, right? Just for whatever reason. What I would still look at is the difference between my 2 by 2 pairs per planes. That is a mouthful. What's up, Vixen? Yes, am I talking? I don't know. Something madness. Could you talk about vertical convergence in my special boxes? Vertical convergence. It's not really different from the other ones. The thing is, okay, let's not go there. It's too much fun. The idea between convergence. And we talk about drawing. And I'll take a drink real quick. Yes, I'm always sleepy. And I had to wake up early today for an appointment, which was, I woke up at 8:30. Holy poop. So convergence when drawing. The questions, do you want to show depth? Do you want to show depth? That is the question. So ultimately, when you have your 3 planes, right, you can have 2 kinds of conversions. One goes down, the other one goes the other way. Otherwise, like setting up proper 3-point perspective is weird when I think about it too much. Otherwise, usually it comes natural because you have your 2 by 2 pairs. And I'm gotta read this again. This horizontal, vertical. Okay, this is the one kind. This is the other kind. Okay, you have one there. Okay, this is this. If there's a plane, this is the one kind of convergence, and the other one goes down. Basically. Okay, you talk about, let's say, call this 1, call this 2, as Ash. Which one you mean? You mean 1, right? You mean the 1. And I think 2 is supposed to be horizontal, the 1 is vertical, so I'm clearing up confusion. The basic question still, I asked, do I want to show depth? Like there is, understand you have different axes you traverse on, right? Left, right, back and forward. Left, right, back, forward. You still have up and down. And this is one of the kind usually seems to fade away because you still draw on a 2D surface. And this, sometimes it can be somewhat confusing. So know where you are, right? Main box. And the edge that I'm at is this one. If I'm going forward, I have to go bigger because I have to visualize the transition towards me. If I am going down, this is the tricky part, but I have to go smaller, logically, right? And I can't go too small so that I remain in my grid, and I can continue this forward to have the box, right? If I have this edge and all I want to do is go into depth down, not forward, I still have to go small. And this one and this one. Which ones? Vertical lines. Which ones? There's so many. There's so many. Do you talk about one or two? That's the question. One is this distortion. Two, no, one is this distortion. Two is the up and down. So this one. Yes. So confusing. There's so many lines. There's too many lines. It seems to be okay. From my brain perception perspective, I read space. Priority is left right. Up down is secondary priority. So I would still draw a box, your main box. Know how to go forward into space. And this is, I'm not really distorting forward much. And you want to go down, right? So again, these almost same size, 2 by 2 pairs, left and right? Know where you are. You can be there and say you're going up. You can be there and say you're going down. It's relative, right? We can sit at this edge and discuss the same thing, but it doesn't matter. It's relative, right? Remember. So I would initiate the illusion step by step. Go forward, right? Go forward. Pull it into space, and then go back. Start one line, draw the small, and then connect and see what it gives you, what kind of perception you get from the box. And to me, this is fine. And then again, stay parallel. These parallel. Same size, no change, no distortion, right? What has to happen is this line collapsing down because this one is small, right? And then pull it down, connect, and see what it gives you. What I'm looking at in my brain is basically this. This is the box that I'm looking at. This is me looking at the box, right? Looking at the box. This box right now is basically this. So when it comes to distortion, the up and down distortion, I understand the space being warped. Because if it goes closer, it has to be bigger, right? So the warp is basically linear. This is just the space, but it has to go smaller when it reaches these points, technically. And it is further away from me, so it has to. This is the weirdness. Basically, curve naturally. So the kind of progression, top plane, wall plane, top plane, wall plane, is the progression that I'm trying to make between basically going up and down, up and down, up and down. Between the progression of understanding. Okay, this was wrong. Yuck. Between the progression, right? Up, down, left, right. Otherwise, visualizing this progression. First comes the progression. Secondary is the distortion. Again, you have a step stair kind of effect. Up, down, you have a wall. I call this wall because it's vertical, logic. And this is usually the top. Top. Right? Wall, top, wall, top, wall, top, wall, top, wall, top. That is the progression. Right? Wall, top, wall, top, wall, top. Right? Then when you figure out how to do this, you can go in and say you have a long top that actually distorts because it gets closer to you. Otherwise, you don't want this one because you want to go down. You can always go down infinitely and stay parallel and linear. same size, same angle, right? This is the basic step-by-step progression in variation. You can have small walls, you can have long tops. This again, if you go long, you can always mix in the distortion, and I did this naturally, right? Go far, far, far into space, stay parallel. If you go smaller, the first line is the same. Small, connect. And it is, you go long, you go small, you connect. Right? Go long, go small. That's weird looking words. So again, this is the line that goes all the way until it reaches the point. Infini point. The other one, this one is the one that collapses. Stop it there, connect, and you have your plane. Do the same thing, right? You have to start somewhere, anywhere that is logical, right? And then you pull it down. This is basically how I would go step by step to feel myself towards the effect that I want. And by effect, I mean when you draw spaces like this, just box by box, you eventually end up with something that looks very, very awesome, very cool, very nice, however you want to put it, due to basically any box can show this. The difference between basically the mono box and let's see if I can actually draw a nice box like this one. It has a certain appeal, and even this one a little bit more, because it shows the space, it shows the distortion. And that is something like eventually I draw some boxes they are awesome because they have this, they show me the depth. Literally, I like in my perception I can feel the space, right? Because I have something that guides my brain from this point to this point, and I can like reach into it, so to speak. Eventually, this is where I want to go with this kind of stuff. Right? It doesn't matter if it's still a weird looking space, but between these boxes, I want to have a kind of, I don't know, it's like a spatial sensation, spatial something. Like there's a difference between something that looks natural and something that looks not natural. We have a kind of sensory device that tells us this, right? When it comes to the up-down progression and distortion, it's very tricky. Like my brain goes into some kind of hula hoop because I don't know. So the box that goes just forward is easy. The box that goes left and right, easy. And I can basically curve the space just fine, and I can go linear just fine. And again, then it comes to this one, and I have to go forward one step, right? And then it goes down, and I'm already, I don't know, right? Because say, how long is my box? How long is it? And how much distortion do I have? The amount of distortion is measured by how big my initial line is, this one or this one, any, right? Even this one and this one. If I go small, I pull it into space this way. And then I remain linear. And I pull it further into space and I go smaller. I remain linear to have the progression step by step. That's a good example. Oh my goodness. So how far do I want to go? And how small do I want to go in the distance? I can go all the way small right there. I can go all the way small down there. That is the distance, right? I go semi-small in the middle and I connect these, right? It's basically, you have to draw this yourself. Like go step by step. Go step by step. Draw your first plane and then transition. Transition this way or this way, this way, this way, this way. You can go down on this axis. You can go down on this side, right? There's one plane. Got a burp. There's one plane. You can go down this plane. I got a burp again. Oh my goodness. Go down. Go up. Breathe. You get what I said, but your brain hurts. That is the logical conclusion. That's basically the result. That was I tried to say something, And something escaped my face. So there was a hiccup. I try to do the progression. Even where's my madness? Even this kind of stuff. And I have a layer. I have a layer of progression. I did this once. Where is it? Did I delete it? No way. No way. It's somewhere. There it is. There it is. This is where I started, right? Like this one. This one is basically your main plane. You can't say it's one point perspective because if it is going back, it has to have a vanishing point. So step by step, I'm transitioning between this space, this space, this space. And you notice I have my L shape because it covers 90 degrees, right? And I try to go step by step by step. And from any point, I can still decide if I want to continue the same linear space or if I want to bend it and fold it. So from here, you can still see the tops. But this one, you cannot see the top, so you see the bottom. Right? This one. This is all bottom. And then I basically fold it because I'm going from this place up, and you see the bottom. You see the bottom. It's weird. Bottom side. Bottom, bottom. Bottom, bottom. And then again, I twist the space between this one that should go up, but I'm building a top because you can see it. So it's like you can say the form is basically bending step by step. What I'm not showing is basically the whole progression, right? I have the progression and I'm showing bits and pieces. And between these pieces, I know I always have a top plane visible, otherwise I have a bottom plane. And I mix these up, right? They go flip-flop, left, right, up, down. So between, basically, you see the top, there's your eye level horizon somewhere, like the first one, because there's the bottom. Between this, you would have the basic progression. Between this one being up top and this one being below, there's your top plane, there's your bottom plane. And then there's basically, where do I see it? This one. There's a side plane. You still see it. The next box shows the other side. So in between, there has to be a point where you would see neither, because the box is in the middle, similar to this one. All you see is the box, the top, and the front. You don't see other sides. And that too is logical, right? If I have a box on this side, you see this plane as the side. If I have a box on the other side, you will see this one. And that is perspective. If you move the box in front of your eye space, like imagine the box being in front of your eyes, move it up, move it down, move it left, move it right. Move it up, down, left, right, up, down, whatever. All that is changing. You can see 3 planes of the box. And they change. Basically, they do change the shape depending on position, but otherwise they grow in size, they shrink in size visually. It's not really easy, you know. It's good to understand the basics, otherwise figuring out how to make it look logical is definitely somewhat tricky. Flip-flop is the transition or the difference between like the box is above, the box is below. Between you have the flip-flop where the box is seen in the middle, but you see neither top plane or bottom planes. That is the flip-flop. If you want to have the top plane or the bottom plane become side planes, you have to manipulate your geometry directly, meaning you don't fold the space, but you fold your form, right? So that you want to have 2 planes flow into each other. You can always just fake the stuff by rotating the plane or by rotating the object. And there's literally, so we can exist in this space, and all other objects, they are rotated. I gotta show this real quick. So there's like no real difference. So this is us, right? Grumpy face. So, and we are looking at a box. So if we have multiple boxes, so we see this from the top, we see this one from the front, we see neither top nor bottom, and we see this one from the bottom. This in our space, this is the bottom plane. We see neither, and we see the top. If this is any different, right? So where okay, it isn't really different. So what is the difference between having a box in front of you but rotated? You still see it, right? So what if this thing does this? What if the geometry is not a box, but it has a visible plane? Otherwise it has top plane and then a ramp. How would this one fit into our weird 3D view? Usually when drawing the perspective stuff, there's no difference, because this one is just one example. We know the box is moving from left to right. How do we know the box isn't just rotated? Because we can have one box like this, the other one box like this, and we rotate the next one and we have the same kind of constellation. How do we know the one is the one and not the other? And it's the same thing with fisheye. How do you know you're bending space or the form? When I draw something like this, is this a long box that is being distorted, or is it just bent form? There's no difference. I mean, the collapsing, you mean by distortion, I'm assuming. If it is distortion, it's still a choice. It's still a choice. But otherwise, the thing with the boxes being rotated, it is really, really, really weird. So imagine I see this plane as this one. How would I facilitate or draw this kind of angle and still make it look like it is this kind of angle, right? Because here's the thing, right? Logically, visually, this point is above this point. Now look, this point is below this point, just like it is this one. So this edge is already above this one. So how come this plane is not this one? How do I know? Where's the difference between rotation or the distortion? And we now see both, right? We know it can be rotated, otherwise it can still be distortion. Or basically the difference between position change or the rotation change. It's confusing. I mean, there has to be distortion. There has to be distortion, regardless. The first distortion is this point being closer to me, meaning this edge is being bigger than this one. It's the first distortion. Big, small. So distortion, then this one, right? This, oh my goodness, there's smart people in chat. Otherwise, if I'm assuming you mean this one, but yes, there would be distortion. So the first box, this one, would have parallel lines, right? The second box, still, it has to have one edge above, the other one below, big and small, and then the second one is also, it has to go back in space, because this point is behind this point in space. Wow! Mind blown. I'm confused. I'm confused. But it's confusing, right? Even though I know about this, And I've practiced this, and I thought about this, and I contemplated it like it's my philosophical baby. It's still weird between drawing something two-dimensionally and manipulating 3D space and form with basically skill and ability that leads to something accurately, but still it can't exist. But it is so logical, right? It's weird. Yeah, weird. Am I still making sense? How you doing, Chad? Any questions? Any questions? Madness. And this, I mean, technically it should all make sense, right? You gotta, I would suggest to still look at the VOD. It's confusing. Yes. Good. It is, it's so weird. It's so weird because, technically we know, we draw something volumetric. So it has to have space and depth. When I draw the outline of something that is supposed to have volume and depth, it's just a potato. There's nothing in my brain telling me that this point is behind or in front of this point. It's like, the brain just does a flip flop in itself and runs away because drawing things in perspective is very hard. I mean, I know I'm crazy, right? I'm not drooling, but I'm definitely crazy. And still, there's nothing telling my brain it's anything three-dimensionally volumetric. You know? No, not that kind of. No. Yes. Any other questions? Any other questions? What is the time? Let me quickly check. I could definitely need to update my thingamajig. All the monies, all the subs. They are crazy. I'm a potato, right? I could be like, Leo, why you pay Twitch so much money, right? But instead of being like, oh my god, so much for me, yay, I should just be thankful for the people enjoying the emotes. You crazy, Leo. You crazy. Oh, all the peoples. It's not a guess. The value, what do you mean by value? Do you mean the amount? The value of distortion, do you mean the amount of distortion over distance? And you have to know your distance. Let's say if you stand at a kitchen table, the kitchen table is a certain length and a certain size. Yes. So this is us at the kitchen table. You have point A very close to you have point B between you have depth. Basically, you can't guess. You cannot guess. You try to basically, gotta pull this up real quick. Copy paste. So between, and this is like, besides the space that I have in mind, I have to go step by step to understand the distortion, right? And this is basically, this is me in my controllable environment. I give myself a plane or a box or a kitchen table to measure exactly how deep and how far can I go, because the actual length of my object, this is basically us, right? We are cowering at our kitchen table. So again, where's the depth, right? Like the actual length of our kitchen table. And technically, it goes far, right? So there is again, it seems it's more or less logical. It has to be logical. And the only way I would say, you have to guess is you have to make your own drawings. Like, draw a box and start with basically draw the most stupid diagram and say this is your kitchen table. Don't draw a square because symmetry will make things more difficult. Give it a little bit length, right? So you know it has to be smaller in the space. So the guess is basically I have to create a natural feeling space between me, the kitchen table, and the beginning, right? The space between and whatever comes after. Different axes are the same. It seems random because if this is where we are, we can go further away from us on the top of the kitchen table. We can have really, really long legs and both go in depth. And they both have their own axis. This should be the y-axis. This should be the x-axis, and this should be the z-axis. This is all interchangeable. I don't care, right? If there is some kind of physical law that says up has to be whatever, I don't give a shit. Literally, excuse the language. I don't care, right? If I say this is x, this is my 0-point state, it is also my 90-degree state. It can exist in both planes, right? Both axes have this. Length, I don't care. I don't really care, right? It doesn't matter. It goes long in both axes, right? It goes wide in both axes. It's all relative. Anyway, it's a quick rant. So how far do I go small? I want to create something that is logical and appealing. So I can't shrink too quickly. But still, doing this will give me the first impression. I have to do it again. I have to, in relativity, I draw one big line and a smaller line slightly bigger, and I try to get a feel. This is much more natural to how I would perceive the kitchen table. I would have something big in front and something small. Is very arbitrarily, it's bad size reference there. But it shows still the big and the front difference. And again, big in front, very, very tiny depth, but it goes very quickly distorted. It feels weird because eventually you end up with some kind of weird looking party hat triangle, right? To really get a feel for this, you have to draw. Like there's no other way. You have to have a kind of like how far do you go and then how small do you go, right? You can go this small, you can go this small. It's all relative. So between these two squares, there's a difference, right? If I want to guess, if I want to actually make a guess, I guess from 1,000 studies to find the one relative kind of setup between something big and something small that I really like, that appeals to me. And there's a difference between when I draw boxes on purpose, it always seems so weird, right? There's a difference between, like, not just visually, how do I aesthetically respond, right? Like, I want to have stuff be logical, but otherwise, how would you measure your guess? Meaning, is it wrong? Is it right? Let's say 0% accuracy is the sweet spot, and you have 0% accuracy. So this would be the 100% accuracy sweet spot. How do you say, where do you guess? Or how do you measure your guess? But otherwise, you know, there's a kind of intention of what kind of depth I want to create. And the only way to guess this is to make your guess 5,000 times. Like otherwise you can't really know, because your object, your own thing, how small is it? Is it very tiny? Is it very long? And by long, I mean like miles long, 10 miles. Like I wouldn't, you know? And it should look good, right? It should look good. And like I have drawn so many boxes. like big and small, to figure out how to transition basically between something that is in small, in front, and then something tiny in the back. And then still, I can have the same size, the same line, and then make it slightly bigger. And like between these two right now, if I look at them both together, they don't work. And it is bad. If I look at them separately, they are basically the plane number one. Plane number one is my kitchen table. Plane number two goes like 5 times that much. Do I enjoy? No, I do not. Because there are too many straight lines. That's so weird. Like, my creative freedom is not yet compatible with a suitable drawing process for architecture. Like basically doing this, like you draw the thing and you have a window and you draw another thing. I don't enjoy that. So I have to find a way around all of this boxy stuff to make it appealing. How about hatching boxes? How to hatch them properly to save perspective. What does it even mean? What does that mean? What's up, Sprayed? What is that? Laser gun? Laser sword. Holy shit. That is long. Any questions? Any other questions? I'm watching some weird video on a different stream that I had open. Dude at the shaving parlor. The razor had a clip on, like to keep the distance for the hair, right? And it fell off. So the dude had a patch of completely shaved hair on the top, like this. Holy shit. Holy poop. I think I'm falling asleep. I'm getting sidetracked. Any questions? I need stuff. Thanks, candy probably. Otherwise, I'm still alive. What is the uptime? That's fine. Still, I don't really understand the question. Something about hatching boxes. If you hatch not properly, box will shape. I think I got it. I got it. When you have your plane, right? You hatch along the plane, meaning your box or the plane itself. The box itself has all the angles you need, and this is how you hatch, right? What you also keep in mind, take care of, is all of these lines. They are in contrast, so no plane flows into the other, right? You can have this hatching angle and then continue. This is not what I do. I cut this and I use the different one. I don't continue. I cut this, right? So that every plane has the individual angle. So what you do is you don't draw a box and then do this, unless you know what you're doing, right? So you stay within the perspective. And that means every line of the plane is within perspective at all times. Even if you take this away, right? If you take this line, copy it and clone it along a certain direction and keep the direction the same, you eventually form a square, right? This is magic. You take the plane or the line, copy, move, copy. You stay within your direction. Otherwise, this is mandatory. This. When you have your plane, in whatever way or form or fashion, the hatching usually visualizes the plane surface of the plane. It's just, you hatch and you can see the plane, the surface. This all of this white stuff is empty. And if I do this, you can see inside, right? And I can hatch this one to make sense of this. How about difficult form? I would just suggest, at least for now, check my VODs. That is a madness I will not go into today. How about, if you want to learn, there's no real way around this, right? My stuff is made from plain squares, square planes. Like for hatching for difficult forms and organic forms is something that I would just say years of practice, like step by step. There's no other way. There's no other way. And still, my complex forms, like the basic building block is still a square plane. It's just so complex and so convoluted and weird, you don't see them anymore. But this is all planes. Like, obviously, the thing is, to make this work, you still have to maintain your angles. Like, where does the plane lead, right? And then find your angle. Otherwise, there's no difference. Look at these weird-looking pieces of cheese. The cheeses. And like the only way is practice and analysis. And talk to me. I give private lessons, by the way, Kappa. Otherwise, free education, mostly. I do have buttons, though. If you like what you see, do press the follow button. So I gotta shout myself out. So if you wanna support, do watch, ask me stuff. This is, I love this, right? Um, this is nuts, actually. Love the legs. Size, thick, sinus. There is a whole lot of stuff you would need to do. For example, box with a three concavity. I don't know if you want to challenge me, because that's not gonna work. If you really want to know, draw. Pick up a pencil and draw. Analyze, contemplate geometry. I will show you one thing. When I contemplate geometry, like how does stuff look, and I go really far and I go half insane, this is what comes out. Like it's not random, but within randomness, like it doesn't really make sense if I now say a cube in superposition of rotation, right? Like if you have a plane, you rotate the plane 45 degrees in all axes, and you look at the geometric shape that comes out after you projected all of the 45-degree rotational frames. You have a kind of framework, a scaffolding for what happens to your lines within rotation. That is something I take And I try to analyze this because when I draw a square plane, the square plane is made from lines. And the way lines behave when they move in 3D space, when they distort in 3D space, or when they rotate in 3D space, the behavior is always the same. It doesn't matter if your box has 3 planes or 500 or 5,000. Whenever you draw, yeah, there you go, right? It has a multitude of planes, and they are all more or less calculated so that it still forms this thing, right? The behavior of lines remains the same. Move a line through a 3D space. You observe certain behavior of angle change, basically length change, foreshortening. That's length change. Foreshortening, yes. So, and again, it's the same stuff with the perspective. With these small and big kind of 2x2 pairs. There's some more organic analysis. Like, how do lines visualize volume? And still, that is a volume in perspective in 3D space with distortion or without. And technically, while it is a choice, any of these things can exist basically in 3D point space, which is the most natural one. But otherwise, I would choose still something more along the lines of 2-point because it's easier to maintain. There is one thing I can draw this real quick. This line and this line. If I continue this continues and this continues. I know I don't remain parallel, right? So I branch this out like this. And the next one goes like this. The next one goes like this. The next one goes like this. And you're all very familiar with this until I reach the point of horizontal. Magic. And still, that is basically a projection of my seemingly 3-point space. Otherwise, it doesn't really exist because there's the top. This is what I see. There's the bottom, and it's still 3-point space because anything and everything, stuff, things, blah blah blah. I don't even know what I'm saying, but it's still practice to understand volume, right? Between everything, you have 1, 2, 3 points, and this is a square plane. They're all square, but they're not really square. Look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise, look at the curvature, right? So what kind of shape is this really? It doesn't even have a point there. So still, just look at this, right? Two points, they are lines. The other one, this one goes like whoop. There's basically my box, 90-degree angle. The other line, the second one, this one goes like, it does go up in space, but it also goes sideways, right? And sideways meaning if I want to have a 90-degree angle, then this point basically connects to the outside, so it's offset, it's diagonal, right? And then technically this one goes up. Otherwise, all of this continues this way, this way, this way, down, down. And what does this line do? It can technically flow into this, right? And there's one that goes this way, and it goes this way. And technically it can, but it shouldn't, right? More space madness. Then what do I do, right? I have normal plane, this one, and it goes into this one. So still, what you're looking for is basically the continuation of the grid, which again is like how do I know? How do I know? Practice, like literally. And even doing this kind of stuff was practice. Like I can go back. Oh, there's more figure drawings, but there was a lot of practice for months just drawing these weird looking bubble things. Where are my bubbles? Well, this is where it started actually. There's some bubbles. And I noticed like the portrayal of perspective for organic form, like spheres, for the vertical. And I was asked this before, like the distortion for the vertical. When you have a sphere and you basically look down on it and you see the form distort. it's just weird. It's just weird. And I noticed certain things and how difficult it was to just portray the bubbles in perspective. And I went from doing figure drawing to this. Like, this is me figuring out how to, how to, I can't put it in words. In my brain, my face is not fast enough to use all the words that I have in my brain. Just, you know? But there are multiple layers of things I practice, right? At the same time, and sometimes just at once. And it's still, how do lines make volume? And how do you bend the space? Yeah, how to map terrain. That's it. The thing is, terrain isn't always flat. And then think about if you have a bubble of gel or water and it's bubbling into space. More like a potato that is bubbling into space. Space bubbles. Like, I like this, right? And this is my analysis. And it's still me drawing funky stuff. And still, if I was asked, what was the question? A box with a sphere concavity, right? It's like I like the complexity, but the amount of words used to give you an overview of this is very difficult. It can't be done quick. There are so many different layers. I'd rather get into first before I get into the madness, or this kind of madness. There's more science. Look, simplified, simple, curve, planes, circles. Circles have planes. Did you know? And when you do have a curve, it doesn't matter how complex. Make points, connect the points, and you have your planes. Hard, angle, visual, geometry, planes. If you have this one, I'm going to delete this real quick. If you have your planes, so basically your weird looking angle curve line thing, you can take these points and pull them into space and have 3Dness coming from the curve. Deep breath. This is what I do when I break stuff down. It was on. Yes, I was taunted, and I had to. It wasn't really a duel. I was glove slapped. that was a good description. I was glove slapped. Bitch slapped. Slappings. Isn't it harder though working with? Yes, working with curved planes is the most hardest thing. The thing is, I started with curved planes coming from non-curved planes. So my curve, when you have a circle, the circle has 360 sides, 360 planes. The box, the square, has 4, meaning the square is a circle with 4 planes. Magic, right? If I extend every plane once, you have this, right? You still have planes that you can see and identify, meaning you have geometry. But it is a very circular thing, meaning eventually you get very close because you can draw this and 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 this. And if you're not very sloppy, you can eventually figure out how to be very mindful and accurate. But this is organic form is a hell of a beast if you want to get into the madness. Like if I had any recommendations, don't do this. Don't do this, right? Don't try this at home. Don't do this anywhere. It is a layer of madness that is just like, I mean, understand this, right? Understand you want to, or basically the task is, or the exercise or the challenge, understand the creation and manipulation of dynamic organic form in space, in perspective, with distortion and without, while maintaining volume, 3D volume on your 2D canvas, and surface flow, which is basically you understand the volume in its more or less visual properties, or basically the volume of the space within the two-dimensional projection. That is where I would basically go. You draw 2D, but the thing remains 3D. You look at it as a 3D thing. You mold everything into this direction based on 2D drawings and 2D projections. And you basically, you extract how the 3D-ness enters the thing, right? It's like the depth axis, the space axis is a variation, it is a hybrid of x and y. If I do this, right, and this, you can look into any math book and you see this diagram, right? So between the logic of my 90-degree angle, I have the 45, right? If I put this thing into a different perspective, right, I could have something like this, or basically something like this. That's a terrible example. But the assumption is that the thing exists in a 3D space, and you can rotate this and change your perspective. And my real question, the madness basically, is how does this work in terms of what are my building blocks? And it's not just the line itself. The line is a building block. The line itself is subject to angle change. It's subject to length change. Right? And if I combine everything and anything at once, it's so weird because whatever 3 lines I can draw in any constellation can be seen in 3D space. While I can still maintain perspective and blah, 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 blah. That is I need a new face to speak faster. It is a kind of horrific journey. Is all I can describe. The results, and when you can like get there, it is so awesome because it's like flying through space. More or less, I have no idea how it is to fly, but you feel the space in a different way. It's not just a box, right? That you draw planes, that you draw weird looking things. But there is a weird perception between this point in space and this point in space. And I'm not talking on my 2D canvas, I'm talking in 3D space. Which again, it doesn't exist. But it's there, I think. Madness. Yeah, this is just madness. Like still, even though there is a crazy amount of complexity, you can all break it down to the kind of behavior of lines. Whatever the perspective does, whatever the form does, position change, like movement, rotation, distortion, perspective change, form change, it is all visible for a single line. And you can take a single plane and understand all the madness. You got to go far, right? But still, the single plane, the lines that make the single plane and their behavior holds all the magic. Literally. Physically. Metaphysically. Metamorphysically. Apples. Worms. I'm running out of tea. There's more weird science to help my brain understand the process that has no language, somewhere between figuring out what do lines do to manipulate form separately from space, separately from perspective change, etc., etc. So there is overlead volume curvature edge pull. Local center overlead curvature volume edge pull, right? It's like, what is this kind of stuff? But so within the process of whatever it is that I'm doing, I'm trying to find words and things that make sense, right? Stuff that I can communicate to myself, of things and stuff that I have to do, basically. So that it does make it easier to not guess or basically remember the process, even though it's random words that without context don't really make sense. But I know what it does, right? Like overlead and volume curvature, and depending on perspective, you have different things happening to curves and lines because they run on the volume and not in your basic space. Um, it's weird science. Any questions? Any questions? it's it's a lot of work. And I think I need a break. Otherwise, I run away. But I need a break. I need a break. Remind me, Else Dragon. Remind me of projections. And if you have, type some words for context. What was it that I said before I talked about projections? And my belly is getting hungry. Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, I will take a short break, and I will be back on the mic yapping for a little bit longer. How's that? How is that? Candy break and t. Not like this. Just once. Just once. I mean, I'm missing figure drawing. Holy poop! I'm missing figure drawing. Somewhat. Okay, be right back. I will spam some links. If you like what you see, I have buttons you can press. I have an art book you can buy. Support things. I have sub buttons. More educational things. In my real quick, I have highlights. Give me the link. For old educational videos, I have a bunch of old but good and potent videos. All the good videos have educational in the title. All of them. If they have educational plus plus plus, it's usually the best. Otherwise, they're different subjects, different topics, different things, and they're very good, even though they're somewhat old. I'll be right back. As Dragon, you have a task. Give me the info when I'm back. Be right back. Bye, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, projections. So there are different kinds. There are different kinds. My usual use, I should say. So technically, the process can be the same or entirely different. I would use a weird random word. So I use the word projection for stuff that may not be anything related to actual projections. You know, I know I project perspective. I know I project certain things to figure out form, volume, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I should stop blah blah blah. How do I start? So the one thing is when you can't really see the perspective of your initial thing, meaning it is completely random. Meaning this thing exists in any and all perspectives. And that is by XYZ, if you go by 360 degrees, this thing exists or can exist in any and all perspectives. That is 44 million something. Meaning you can see it from the top, from the left, from the right, and it can still hold this shape. Right? So the volume would still need to have some kind of indication that you see it A from like the left or 3/4 view, etc., etc. So the thing that I do with projections is basically it's well, basically in this case, right, there can be other processes where I use the words. In this case, I have a 3D volume, which is basically represented by a 2D shape, right? And I know this. It is 3D, but what I see is 2D. And my brain has to identify the 3D space, the volume, where is it, where am I? So the perspective stuff. And to do this, is basically I project a kind of thing into the space, which is basically I can draw a square plane into this thing, right? I can basically project a completely different box onto this thing to change its volume and its perspective entirely. Okay, cough. So together, these boxes, this plane and the box I orbit through cannot exist. They will basically give me different sets of information. So right now, if I say the thing exists on my ground plane, the top plane has basically the same angle. If I say the thing exists in my secondary plane projection something something, the entire perspective is different. So the top plane is also at an angle. So it has to basically follow this. Everything else is basically you have form overlay and lines. These are, I don't think I call those projections. But it's basically, it's words somewhere in the realm of possibilities, like when you draw. And I talked about this with the boxes before. You can look at this square plane in many different ways and interpret and change its 3D space in many different ways. So for the possibility of form being very dynamic and the space also being very dynamic, meaning you can see this form in 44 million different angles. All I really want to portray and show is one. You know, just start with one. So I would help my brain to identify the space by projecting a box, and it's a loose word. In my brain, I see a box, and I overlay this box in my brain, but I draw this, right? This is where the projection begins, because it forces the shape, right? Shape, into the space of my box, right? That is the basic idea. Before, I can't really identify where am I, where's the thing? And if I look at this, I know it is a three-quarter view, right? I can see the front, I see the side, I see the top, and then I can still decide if maybe there is a top plane, right? So this one, top. It's a very weird looking top. It's like a banana, but different. This goes down, there could be a ponytail, so it's yeah, it's a fish. So just to give more sense to it, to understand, this is basically a flat plane, and this goes up, and there's a very tiny, niche top plane, right? This one. There's a different thing for. Was this the stuff that I talked about? It was not with protection. It was projections. And maybe you understood protection, and now I'm confused. But either this could be the stuff that I talked about, which probably wasn't. I don't know. I'm confused. But this is one kind of place or environment where I use the word to describe the process. There's another one, but I didn't really talk about this before. Now I'm actually questioning, did you want me to talk about projections? Was that the one, or did you actually hear protections? My face is overlapping itself. That is so confusing. No, this is good. Okay. So there's another one. There's another one. When it comes to having certain shapes, and I can basically draw something like this: octagons, sextagons. When I don't know, it's a different process from the other things. It's like I look at basically the planes, right? Like, or the lines, and every line has a plane, right? So from the top, I would basically see the square. Okay, I'm doing it wrong. Okay, this is the square, and I see it from the top. This is top view. Top, top. So what I don't see are these planes basically going down from the sides, and there's one on this side, there's one on this side. If I were to, let's say, project a flat perspective onto this, which in geometry, basically, if I want to have certain shapes, I project a perspective and basically draw the planes out. That means I can see the top plane, the side planes, and the bottom plane all at once. That is the basic idea. Now I may not ever need to, have a box look like this. What I'm thinking about is basically you have a form that isn't really square going down, right? But its side planes have something 30-degree angle. That means, depending on my perspective, I would see all of these planes. And that too creates, and I know I made a mistake there, creates a different kind of geometry. Like, drawing this out like this is what I basically look for, and then you can extend basically the form just going from basically you have a basic shape. That is how things start. One other thing is that my brain is like trying to say too many things at once. If I have like a bunch of shapes and I want to basically have depth, right? Like a very basic amount of depth, I would do this kind of projection because I know I can see all of these at once. I'm not seeing it like only from the left, only from the right, or three-quarter view. So I pull it into the space, or basically you can add just a shadow plane. And that means my perspective is of a certain kind. because I see it from the bottom. That is the projection. All I really do is I overlay a certain kind of shape and fake basically the same thing I did with box. Usually, and I came to this when I was analyzing organic form, because I had how do you call it, shapes, right? Certain shapes for certain elements like leg or torso, and I wanted to pull them into space, but as they were, like without changing anything, right? So it's basically you have the same shape within the shape. It's like you have your main shape and you have a secondary shape, right? You have this one and the second one, right? Between these, you basically have your structure, but the second shape, the idea is that it is elevated. It is not on the same ground level. That means it's basically bigger or smaller. When you look at a sphere, the sphere does this naturally because you see the top and you see all of the sides until you basically can't see it. You can't really see around the curvature. So it is a very flat projection, but the thing is that the outer ring, the bigger ring, is in a different position, right? Right. Love it. Love it. So the projection stuff, I had to analyze organic form in a certain kind of way and figure out how do I see it, right? From which angle, because the curvature is like it's weird, right? Because when I draw this, you can't really identify how you see it until you identify you see it from this angle in this position in this rotation, right? Only then I could basically accurately, take my lines and run this down because I identify the perspective of the sausage, right? Otherwise, I can have the same thing as basically a sausage and pretend I'm having a top-down flat projection, basically have a secondary sausage sitting in the middle like this. And everything else is basically curving around, right? But not in the way of basically just this, right? It doesn't really curve. So you have your potato shape, and what you have is you have something roundish, right? So the lines, they follow the curvature. And to be able to identify this kind of stuff, I would have to have some kind of perspective. So when I do have this, right, or when basically anything, you can have this thing, this ball, and pretend it's seen from the top or from the bottom, right? Depending on which box is your main one, and pretend they can be both, right? And I can still basically project a perspective that is completely different from all the others. And this is the most top down. This is bottom. This is normal, natural, linear, whatever. Natural is good. So the plane, or basically the shape, exists in all perspectives, right? And I think I'm making sense, and I'm repeating myself, I think. Is this making sense? Is this making sense? Also, whatever thing I draw, I can still pretend it exists in a one-point space by basically projecting a one-point box onto it, right? I can have this box and I have another box. They're both boxes. I can pretend they all exist on this one-point perspective plane. And I can basically, take a step back and pretend that this box, or this plane and this box exists on a completely different kind of plane. By then going in and saying, okay, there's one line, and I'm creating a different projection of the entire perspective. Usually, it should serve a purpose, right? And the original purpose was this one. Like, have a shape in whatever way or form, and then just extend it into one dimension. I need space. So usually I had weird looking geometric shapes. And I suppose the L shapes, they also work. And then figuring out like, how do you say this? Like it has to do with volume. I did follow a certain process, right? I wanted to like create a certain result. I didn't know how. And then I thought about the process and used the word projection to maybe help my brain to identify what I'm doing, something, you know. But otherwise, it's still, even though perspective can be identified, and even though it's very simple, I can identify the perspective of this thing. But like the box is basically, I gotta learn how to write context. That is what it does. Any sort of perspective projection would add context. That is going from weird looking potato shapes to understanding there is a 1-point perspective plane below, which equals it's a 3D plane. Now this thing is a art sculpture that exists on my plane. That is the idea. I can still project, right? If I choose to, I can have a completely different perspective projection and choose this one. It's a weird looking bubble, okay? It's weird. It says hi. what is this thing even? It got feet and it got a belly. It's a mutation. It could be the tail. Holy shit. But point being, depending on projection, and there are always great many to choose from. Doing this helps my brain to identify what is going on. That's basically it. Let's go this way. Yeah. 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 Does it make sense? Does it make sense? I think the last kind of projection is for curvature. That is a madness your brain is not ready for. Like even my own brain is not ready for this. I can illustrate though. Let's say this is you, right? This is you. And you're looking at organic form. It doesn't matter, it can be this kind of potato, it can be any sort of roundness. Okay, let's take this one extended. So let's say the surface will actually curve, right? And it's all round, right? So you, as the viewer, from your eye perspective, it's basically I'm explaining this to you how I understand it myself, right? So step by step, I shoot out a ray, and this ray hits the curvature, the surface curvature of my object, right, in a specific way. And it can basically inside, outside, doesn't matter in this drawing. So it hits, I see onto the curvature from a specific angle, right? The curvature point that I hit along my visual axis has a certain angle by itself. This angle basically, it flows around wherever the form goes, right? It follows the curvature. And there's basically two, right? It has a horizontal one and it has a vertical one. So the real problem is when I know this point, it's basically it's a chasm, right? Like I shoot out this ray, I have this point, and within this point there is a vortex, like something is dragging me down into something. right? It's weird, but something goes down. It's basically me analyzing the curvature in my brain. I'm at this point on top of the form, basically taking a slide down, right? I'm going around the curvature. So within this, I have to basically figure out my entrance angle. What is my viewing angle? Where is the form going? And where would I go if I basically, okay, there's another variable. Oh my goodness. So the first two lines, and this is basically, I can say the surface of my object flows linear, right? Usually it doesn't do this, so I would have my square shape, and the usual grid space is not a grid, but it bends, right? So it already kind of shows the curvature, right? This is where it goes down, right? And this is the surface pull, right? And then something has to be behind this to create more structure, so that it actually can pull down, 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 down. And this again is so weird because what we are looking at is inside the vortex. This is us viewing direction, and we can only see these layers. We can't really see what is behind it because it would go down into the funnel, right? It basically goes down into the curvature. So eventually, this is where things like the line ends because it's covered up by this volume, right? Like by this line, which illustrates the volume, is the linear circle kind of variance for the vortex, right? Like the box goes in a grid. If you have a cylindrical tube, it goes around because it's what it does. So from my viewing angle direction, I hit this curvature, I know this angle, I have to know how this goes down and how it is covered up. And basically, I end up at a point that covers itself up, which not really, but it does. But not, I don't know. So the space itself, again, like I'm trying to. This is like it's like I have these diagrams in my brain, right? Like all these weird looking lines. There's a triangle. There's multiple triangles in there, and I'm like try to visualize the thing going down. And even this one, right? This point, is it linear going just to the side? Or is it actually like offset? How do I even draw this? Oh my goodness, it's complicated. So it's like I'm diving along my viewing angle direction, I end up at this thing. I have to find the grid space, like my grid lines, right? This is basically this one, and then this one. On top of this, I have the surface. The surface itself has its own flow besides the geometry. That means the surface itself can flow basically from the back, across my point, down this way and around. Right? It's a total pickle. It's a total conundrum. So this would be the surface flow. Right? It comes, it goes, it crosses the point. This is definitely wrong, and it should be on the side and still side, and then I don't see it, right? Until it basically comes back around and sits on the top. And I don't see it because it's covered up by these curvature things from its own volume. The other ones, if I end this there, so this angle, if this is my form line, the line for the surface flow ends at this point, and this point between these I have the same angle. That means I can pretend the surface, at least the one that I visualized along basically the surface ribbon or the patch, right? The square is a patch, otherwise if this continues, it turns into some kind of ribbon. I can pretend it continues. Basically, if there is a cylinder or something, it would flow across the cylinder and basically curve around and come back. But it would do so on the surface of the volume. And that means the lines basically have to transition on the volume. And even though I'm in the back of the volume, right? This is the front, This is the back, and I have to lead the surface over the front to the back around. And even though when I draw it out, there's too many lines that would totally confuse me because I have to go across, right? I have to go this one. This is where I go around back, and I'm now inside the volume. And then I'm going back, and I'm going across the line that I drew again, and it kind of confuses the perception if you want to. So I have the point. This goes down, and I want to figure out how to make this one lead around. So I need to kind of play with the perspective. Technically, if I want to go this way, this one also goes around because there's a cylinder, right? So this is basically the inside of the cylinder, but we are on the surface, right? So we are sliding forward to wherever. So let's see. Okay, this goes flat. This is weird, and it would technically continue this way. Otherwise, the ribbon branches off, and this is the inside. This is really weird. Okay, what is happening? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna try something funky. So within this line, or this angle, basically this one horizontally and this one. This is my in, and this is my out. In this sector, I want to visualize the curvature of a cylindrical surface, meaning I have the bottom of a cylinder, and I want to visualize that I'm on the bottom of the cylinder. So that is the tricky part. Basically, I have to change this angle to this angle, and then flip around, and still. Oh, this is actually weird. Still remain on the surface. That is actually weird. There's another layer of science. Science have line space. Lines have their own local space. That too. It's like, why do I come up with this stuff? You know? It's so weird. So if I want to have the curvature, or basically the surface flow, I have to shift outside of the line space. What am I even saying? So this is the line. This is continuolinear, and now I'm shifting the line to the side, where technically it should remain within the 40. Like if this is the line full length, I'm cutting it into half, and the second line should just sit there. And basically, I'm doing this again to where it sits in the middle, and then I'm continue this way. What I'm doing, or what this would do, imagine this. This is your circle. You take this point, and basically you have an open circle, like this. What is happening if you take this point and move it back into space, and you take this point and move it forward? I like this. So it would basically turn into a spiral, at least a corkscrew, right? It goes basically the other way around. Let's see, can I flip this? No, I can't. It has to go the other way. It has to go the other way. So what I want to identify is basically this one is in front and this one is in the back. And this is it's easy to see. When I look at this point, or basically both of these lines, I can't really see, and I can pretend they're on the same axis. I don't want this. I want the offset, right? If I pull this forward, and I have to basically, the progression between the entire thing moving to this point, it's, how do I visualize this? I'm going to cut this in half. So the progression begins at the half point, right? There's the first spiral. If this point moves back, right, it goes this way. There's a small mistake because the curvature is not in there. How does this work? So the offset has to go forward. Okay, it has to overlap. sideways. This is where it goes in. I'm pulling this between this point and this point. I'm basically taking half the spiral and I'm moving it to the side to have more space. This is basically part of the, it's a cylinder basically. When you have a cylinder and you cut it, right? And you still draw the insides. You have a weird looking banana, okay. You have like a weird looking banana, but this stuff, so I'm pulling it to the side to have more space. And this is basically then going forward. And technically it should lead this way. So there is the one, and there's the other, basically this way. And this too is like me dissecting stuff, figuring out why does stuff look a certain way. So the idea then is hash the surface. And this is the angle suggested, and then it goes around and does something weird, and I don't really know what. So this is where things get weird because I can't really see what is happening. So between this and this point, I can have 90 degrees of rotation. Basically, it comes in and it goes out, and all I really think about it's flat. But it can be a curve, it can be an arc, So to show this, I would have to lead this over and then go down. And then like really show the transition, right? Where it happens. And you can basically follow the lines, how they go in. And this is in. This is in. This is basically, it's still in, but it's not really in. So there is a transition happening between this. And in this point or in this place, within my space, I can show a different transition between basically this going in, depending on how I move my angles. I create a different ribbon into space. Technically, this is where it would end. This goes up. This goes up. And I'm technically moving away from the front projection stuff. What if? How about this one? Oh, this is tricky. So again, depending on how I move my line, it makes all the difference. And still, doing these diagrams where I basically look at surface parts and say, what happens if this moves forward? If I just analyze the spiral within its own space. I love it, right? There's no real weirdness to it. It's just figuring something out, basically. There's one weird overlap. This goes in, this goes out, this goes there. Okay, how does this go? And I might cheat this, right? Usually I should remain in this angle, but I won't. Watch. I'm a rebel this. Technically, again, there is a different kind of interpretation that I picked, but it still makes sense. This is weird because overlap, 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 underlap. And technically, this kind of thing, right, is like this, right? This is what I draw. What I really have is basically there's one circle coming from the top. That's not really a circle. But I have something basically going in and something going out. In the perspective that I have, it's very flat. What you want to see is basically to help the brain identify the transition. This, basically, this one. So that the brain or your eyes, my eyes, have the ability to keep trace of the stuff. This goes down, 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 down. Then it goes up, 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 up. Like, if there is a circle in there, and there should be, I'm not drawing it very good, you know? So if there is actually a circle, I have to have a little bit more emphasis on the curve and not just basically dub, 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 you know? It's more like I have one plane and the other plane is basically just standing up, where it should be more gradual transition between these planes to show the roundness, which is gradual, right? It's not just basically I can cover the 90 degrees of the circle in 3 planes, otherwise there's just 2 planes, which is a little bit little logic, but it's not really a lot, right? Oh, talking hurts my throat. Like the muscles that you usually use for speaking, they are in digress. Is that even a word? Does that make sense? Any questions? Any questions? But yeah, the analyzing the form curvature and the sort of projections required. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Any questions? Any questions? And I like the analysis for the main reason it is kind of taxing, but it is kind of rewarding in its own sense. Like understanding more. That's basically it. Knowing how to draw stuff in perspective and not struggling how to draw stuff in perspective. Even it doesn't have to be accurate, but basically knowing just how to put boxes together and make something interesting. It doesn't have to be the most sexy, super awesome robot or people person character pose, but just like going the little steps, enjoying the little steps, because knowing in confidence it will lead you to the most awesome stuff that you can't even imagine, you know. And even that is a wide gap. Like there is a wide gap, but it's still true. Any questions? Give questions. Big, the big brain. There's an uptime 7. What is this? Spam. I saw it, but I couldn't read it. Not in time. Do you want to say it again without the caps? I must start my pottery quick. I can read it. You didn't need caps for this one. I mean, so the question was, as a student of your method, what's the daily practice I can apply? How can you should know this by now. Draw boxes. Boxes, 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 boxes. In many different shapes, many different forms. As long as you, so the reason with the geometry of the boxes is you have your 90-degree angles. Like it's not like you have stuff like this and have to figure out how to manipulate the form in its entirety. It goes step by step, and even pulling this into the space is the most basic exercise. Drawing boxes. Like, okay, so the first exercise, and you only do this once. Figure out what you want to draw. Like, if you want to draw flowers, you don't need to draw boxes. Like, there is a wider gap for when it would be useful for you to draw boxes when all you want to do is flower art, as an example. There are many, 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 many different things you can learn and master by looking at the box. I've drawn a face, but I know it isn't quite right. But so far, I've refused to draw too good. Those that good. Why does wrong face? Why does wrong face look good? Why does the wrong face look better? That can be so many different reasons. There can be so many different reasons. Otherwise, balloon hands. Drawing boxes is generally, it's a good, very raw fundamental exercise. You can practice your 3D skills, drawing 3D stuff, drawing forms, maintaining space. Otherwise, draw boxes and build people. Like, it's still boxes. Okay, there's a cylinder, right? But otherwise, it's still boxes, 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 boxes. Knowing, basically being able to explore boxes, explore poses with boxes is a very, 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 very good skill to have. Because when you do this, right, you are drawing in perspective at all times, right? And that is let's just say, if you practice this a little bit, people will call you talented because they have no idea how it works. So, right? So you draw in perspective, you practice 3D-ness in volume and in space, adding anatomy. And that is just another step, right? Looking at bones or muscles, you have weird looking shapes. They all look like stuff and weird stuff and bubbles and more or less weird stuff and things. Turning this kind of mumbo jumbo into something 3D is a different step. But knowing you can basically overlay your anatomy onto your boxes or onto your cylinders, it's such a logical step that I wouldn't want to ignore this, you know? But it is still boxes. At its fundamental core, it is also volume, it is also perspective. It is most words. Definitely perspective. A lot of perspective. And it's not like you can't draw a box without perspective. That doesn't work. You can draw a box without distortion. That works. But you can't really draw without perspective. And there are, unfortunately, many people that don't understand this. Unfortunately. Shh. I'm drawing boxes. It's just boxes. It's not like it's difficult to draw boxes, right, guys? Right? No. it's not hard. Kappa. I'm being mean. I don't want to be mean, and I know I know the struggles, right? I know the struggles, and still, like, imagine this, right? Imagine this. For figure drawing, boxes get you 20% of the way, and it is a low 20%. Drawing boxes and being good at drawing boxes is 90% of architecture and any building and any sort of living space and environment you have ever drawn, right? So between basically the hardcore boxes and the perspective stuff, you have your wobbles. The wobbles are basically your hills and your landscapes, and you have your trees, and you have your grass, and you have different things that are all 2D shapes and want to be interpreted into 3Dness. Like, it's the same stuff, right? But it's an interesting comparison, right? For the figure drawing, boxes are just, they get you far, right? But you still need anatomy and, gesture drawing, like body language. That's the word, right? The boxes, they get you so insanely far when it comes to other things. Even drawing cars is like 95% boxes. Like, it's a very high percentage, and I'm gimping my statistics there. So maybe it's just 70%, but it gets you far, very, very far. And still, and like going in and having like a geometric thing that does this, like going in and understanding how to draw the curves, like, it's not like difficult, you know? Like, not really anyway. Is your brain projecting low poly subject? Technically, yes. I'm using low poly boxes. I'm using low poly geometry. Yes, yes. Perspective context. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, because it works, right? Watch. If this is a box in perspective, and we are looking at these points in the first plane, if I have a form like this, and I pick 4 points, and I draw a square, it's already projected. Like, the entire thing can be seen within the perspective of this plane. But it is a learning tool. It's the same thing, and I talked about this earlier, right? You have your random form. To give context for perspective in space, all I drew is I want to combine do and draw. All I really do is add a plane. It's the same thing, because the brain now has, it's like 1 + 1 equals yay, because the brain can identify this like a lot easier. That is what I do basically. You have a good eye. You have seen it. You have seen into the madness. Also, when thinking figure drawings and the difficulty, it's all rotation, like literally. And there is a now we can take, it's an observation, but anybody making smart observations usually is considered mean and a bully. So there are a great many people that have difficulty with stuff, let's say drawing hands in perspective, right? At the core of all things, there is the box, right? The hand is basically one thing, and I have a thumpy thing, and I have 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4 banana. Maybe I have a little one. Okay, it's 6 now. I can't count, okay? So these are the elements. 6, 5, 6, yes. Okay, but it's an element, right? So when you figure out it's so simple, right? The hand has mechanics, so it can move. That means certain things rotate around other things. Like, I have a joint for the elbow, I have a joint for my shoulder. So stuff rotates around stuff, right? It's a very simple concept. I have stuff, and I have another stuff. And if I make this rotate around the stuff, it looks like this. Right? Look. This is straight. My finger can be straight and my finger can curl down. Right? And technically my finger can curl down twice. So there is more stuff rotating around stuff, rotating around more stuff. Right? So now for the difficulty, right? Kappa. It's a big kappa. So what is my hand? By the stuff, right? And my hand has one more stuff, and then maybe it has a nail stuff. There is anatomy between. I'm ignoring the anatomy, right? For reasons, and I have stuff, and I've done stuff because I can group it, you know. So there's my hand in perspective. Yeah. Oh yeah. So pulling this then into 3D space is basically just doing what I did before, and I have a hand. I mean boxes in perspective. When you don't, it's like my own experience. When I want to draw hands, and I have no idea how to basically um, make stuff look like there's a plane, and then there is more stuff come out of the stuff, and I have more stuff that is a thumb. And then I know there is 4 more things moving into space. It is a 3D object. It is highly complex. It has very detailed mechanics, mostly rotation, right? You can spread your fingers, there's rotation. You can make a fist and there's rotation. Anyway, understanding the transition. And this is like anybody else has to discover their own difficulties with basically why can't I draw hands? But it's still, there is a transition between your plane and then you have a cylinder or a box for your digits. And you have a rotated cylinder around different stuff and things. Right? Like my arm. It's 1, it's 2. 2 things. Hand is number 3. And they all rotate around stuff. And I'm keep using this word because if you use any other word, people just get more confused. So if you want to draw hands in perspective, practice boxes. You don't arrange your boxes like a random monkey because you know the hand has mechanics, so your fingers do something specific. And that is part of the mechanics. When you basically look at the main thing, you can have your fingers straight. And there is a slight curvature arc when you spread your fingers. So they don't grow basically a distance, right? They spread out like a feather, if that's the right word. So there is a kind of I look at this arc. I don't know the rotation things. I don't know how to call this, but there is a circular motion, right? So if I let's say between my knuckle, if I continue this down, I can find the center point, and basically I have 1 point and 4 fingers bridge off of this point. What I don't see is all of this between, right? So between this, basically, instead of going linear, and this is one practice, I have the curvature. And this is part of what fingers do. At least sometimes. So besides, and again, it's just drawing boxes to figure out the hands and the fingers. What you eventually want to do is just basically wing it. And I can't wing it without knowing it's a 3D volume, and I know there is a plane, and I know it's supposed to be round. Right? And even though this is like the end point, I can still say there is another box, and it's sitting on my box just to help my brain understand the transition between this one and this one. Space. And again, between this one and the other one, like this one, and then basically this one. Usually it's like this is a sausage. It's like it's a shape, right? What I want to see is all of these little things that make it look like it's actually round and it's a finger. It's not just a thing. Between this one going down, this one going forward, 90-degree rotation, huzzah. Knowing how to draw the box like this is practice. Knowing how to draw basically the box like this is practice. Knowing how to draw a finger while maintaining a 3D volume is also practice. You can practice drawing in perspective and 3D by just drawing boxes. Connect people, build things, build spiders, build hands, build stuff. And still, at first it does look like a hand. And, depending on what other things I draw, it just changes. But it's just boxes. The idea is the same. Learn about the mechanics. Look at the hand. Understand that one finger has a limit to the left and a limit to the right. So it can't go there unless it's broken. The thumb is a little bit iffy. It has its own weird looking like rotation thing. When the thumb curves in, it points at the pinky. That is my bridge, right? So the box for the thumb, when it is actually like folded open, it has a completely different rotation than any other finger, right? So the normal one is like this. This is a thumb. Simple, basic, linear orientation. The thumb goes in like I'ma be all funky and completely goes off the grid. So there's my linear grid with all the fingers. And the thumb is basically like a little fish being all weird and drunk. So that when it does curve and curl, it doesn't curl like basically like this, right? It goes forward and then goes down. But it swings around and then the box, this one, basically faces the pinky. And the second box is like half squished in some kind of weird way. And then something is in between. I don't know. It's weird. But still, step by step, like taking things apart, you eventually can come to the realization that drawing boxes is the like part of the missing link between the difficulties in figuring out stuff. And just drawing figures or just drawing hands in perspective, right? Like actually anatomically more or less correct, is very, very difficult. And I'd rather do this with while having some kind of fundamental understanding of what is perspective and what is 3D. How do I turn 2D shapes into something 3D? That is fundamental stuff. Like it's not about art, but it is about drawing. And drawing is a skill. Art does not require skill. Because this is art. I don't do this. But if I do this, I wanna know what is perspective, how do I project this thing into 3D space, how do I deform my space, how do I manipulate all the components, starting with the first initial line, because this one is already within perspective if I choose to see it this way. And again, we're ending up at this weird looking cycle between this is me and this is me where I want to go, and then we do this, right? We learn, we discover, we learn, we discover, we learn, we discover, and in the middle, we're like, oh no, send help, help, spiral into madness, oh no. But it, like, when you lay it out step by step, there is a logic. And that is a logic you can ignore and refuse. It's kind of it's an observation, right? If you use the stuff, right? Time, skill. If you learn without care, if you don't even care about learning, there's no guarantee. Maybe you have a hiccup. You will not produce any percentage of skill over. Let's make this 50 years, right? If you have a teacher, if you have a really, 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 really good teacher, that knows and does and helps you with your goals and your things. You go in 1 year straight up. It's basically you spend a little bit of time learning fundamentals, and that's like literally how I would perceive my curve, right? I studied, and I didn't have anything to really show my skill, right? Like nothing really for myself. So eventually, when you are fundamentally so basically so full of understanding, there's nothing really you can go back to, right? When you only make or try to make illustrations like the grandiose paintings and color palettes and light and yada yada yada. There's always stuff you can go back to because you never looked at how to contrast, how to color, how to balance, how to light, how to do all the stuff. Like, and I mean specifically focus on the raw building blocks of what you want to do and what you want to achieve in terms of art, like including, do you want a line work? Do you want shading? Do you want contrast? How much do you rely on color? Etc., etc., right? So the curve goes very, very slowly over a lot of time, and then it basically goes like this, right? Until you basically, or you may reach a point where you decide you want to get into color, right? And color for me is a particular thing. So I don't have much skill in color use because I don't paint much, right? I have a certain amount of skill for color use and contrast use, etc., etc. But still, if I learn the specifics for contrast, why would I try to make a painting when I know I suck at what I'm trying to do? So instead of making a painting, I create a controllable environment where I can rehearse this and practice this in theory and in practice, contemplate, right? It's a weird kind of philosophical contemplation of your own means, of your own language, of your own ways to express yourself in its raw form, right? I don't want to make music, so I don't have to like understand what kind of wood or what kind of things affect the sound of the strings that I pull on the harp or the guitar. And there are so many different things that can indeed affect the wood, how it grows, and then the manufacturing of the guitar and how you do the stuff that affects the sound in the end. In a way, yes. Know the basics to be able to draw like a master. And that is eventually, if you want to go high, if you want to go there, right? It is always suggested. And this is basically my brain, right? You have a foundation, and it's either strong or it is weak. If you have a strong foundation, it basically rises up, just like you. If you don't have a foundation, you are standing on a very fragile pillar. And it's basically if you're there in your might, being all happy, and it suddenly comes to I have to draw hands in perspective. I have to draw basically it's not even leaving your comfort zone, but fundamentally acquiring skills. And then you realize you don't have them. It's basically putting you in a very uncomfortable place. At least like to my experience. And let's say I observe many artists doing great things, doing really, really, really good stuff. And being yeah, they still need perspective grids. I can leave it there, right? As a fundamental thing to draw stuff, how can you ignore the one vital component? Reality is 3D, right? How can I not make this like the ultimate, basically the ultimate first thing that my brain has to understand? How do I space? So that I cannot just do this. Basically, if I don't know how to space, my stickmen look because I have no ability to project to basically force this guy exist in a 3D realm. And I'm drawing planes in a cylinder to basically, all I'm really doing is I pull him into the secondary dimension forcefully. The guy. If I go, one step further into where things are more interesting, I have a more complex stickman, but not really, because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 circle points. Maybe there's 2 legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, maybe stuff, right? I have a bunch of lines. That's it. So drawing lines in 3D space, how would that even be possible? Watch. What am I doing? Right? And it's like I could slap myself because that is stupidly simple. But this should be basic raw. Right? If it comes to drawing a stickman in perspective and there's a conflict between me and my sense of how good I think I can be, like my potential, right? It says, holy fucking shit, this is unacceptable. Because first of all, I would need to figure out how do I even do 3/4 projection points, like 3/4 stuff. But then I draw a point, and like I draw my grid, and how do I draw something in the space that looks interesting when I can't even draw something in perspective that is interesting by itself and may not even make sense. But this, in its raw form, like, I mean, it's so many things, right? And it's the stupidity of perspective. Like, why? And then it comes to drawing hands in perspective and drawing boxes in perspective. How can this be difficult? If not by educational knowledge delivered in books that is lacking and poop and shit. Excuse the language. But it is definitely lacking, because this is stuff people should understand by not relying on this. And I suppose if there is a learning curve, right? And if you're capable of this, and it's a raw approach. If you go by raw study approach, practice, study, learning, study, practice, learning, study, right? You go like this. If you make art in between, you spend so much time producing stuff that is, it's weird. And I mean, making art is great, right? Making art is really great. And I wish for anybody and everybody that makes art or wants to make art that you should enjoy it. Like truly, really to the fullest of anybody's potential. Like the like there's no comparison to the sense of freedom, right? When we are capable of drawing the things that we always dreamt of drawing. And the only way to get there, right? And there is this way, right? There's this way, right? Otherwise, there's this way. There's stuff in between, right? There's always stuff in between. But I'd rather, and this is like logically, I'm an engineer and I can't leave it open to guess. So in a way I have to know what to practice and what do I do to guarantee myself the increase in skill. And then again, when it comes to this, it's like a stickman in perspective. How does this even exist? How does it exist? Like, and I know there's no real answer. But when you go by the usual, basically how I usually experience people dealing with perspective, it's like You have your grid and you have your ground and you do this and you do this, and then you have things that line up with the point and everybody's happy. Right? No. Yes. It's like my brain, it can't. Like, there are so many fibers in my being that go like, no. Because of the freedom that is just, how do I space without this, which can only be given by A, good education, or B, a good teacher that spent 10 years figuring this shit out. But this, it should be, and there is the complexity itself is crazy. And still, this guy exists between a single plane. There is a plane at the bottom, one line. Remember what I talked about very, very early, 2 by 2 pairs. There's the second one. Basically terrible, a little bit more. Between this point and these 2 points, this one, I have a plane. That is my space. I don't need to draw the box, but it is a box. What I know, this point for the hips is curving forward. So I would have a line and then a curve between this, right? I know the legs don't do this, but still between my curved space, and these 2 lines, you can choose them, right? You can choose the amount of distortion of your stickman and do this, and still know in between you have the hips, and then you have a slight curve. This goes down, this goes over, there's another leg, and still I realize there is a flaw, right? And still it's something I can look at and analyze and realize and manipulate and then figure out how to do it right. Step by step. Which is basically going step by step. This is the first thing that comes out of my pencil when I draw. Like, I put down the pencil and this is what comes out. This is what I analyzed. To the extent where, do I have anything? All I do is blah, and it comes out and it sorts itself out and it moves around and it puts itself together. And while it does it, it changes its composition, right? Its angle, its size, its stuff, so that it can create the illusion of perspective or volume or space, or perspective in volume and space in form in stuff. Okay, I'm jumping. I'm running. But fundamentally, it's so weird how much craziness you can get out of the box. There's one important note I would make for the box. This is a no because of symmetry. I go by proportion in either one axis or the other, because this indicates direction. It's telling my brain the box is pointing, facing this way or this way, because it is longer than this one. So this one is dominant. This is direction. This is a yes. Proportions, important, especially when doing stuff. When I started out with boxes, I was always thinking about arms and legs, because in some weird way they would have the same proportions, and it kind of, like, it doesn't have to, and I know there's a difference. When I draw my box and I'm happy, and I draw the second box and I notice they look the same and they are fine, I'm okay. Oh no. Oh no. The sunrise. Oh no. You papega. Oh my god, I said it. Papugas. Oh no. So even though it doesn't make sense, it still makes sense to have context. And this box has no context. If when thinking about anything, it usually has some kind of proportions. So thinking about legs, fingers, arms, torso planes, stuff that has a little bit proportion is definitely advisable because reasons. Makes sense. Oh, my face. It's falling apart. Perspective. Yeah, there you go. Any other questions? Uptime. Holy poop. I don't know when I went on mic, but I'm pretty sure I was talking at least 4 hours. Yep. I'm getting used to this again, maybe, eventually. Any questions? Brains all drunk. Brains all drunk. I like trains. I like trains. Look, there's clouds. Oh yay. Brains I think that's fine. It's fine. 5 hours and I just hit the mark. It's the perfect time. And I can get some food. Holy moly. It's like when you go to the gym after like a year with not going and all your body is completely weird and sore. That is how my face is feeling right now. Partially. It's weird. Thank you guys for watching, for listening to the weirdness and the madness. And I hope I didn't. Okay, I didn't. All the craziness. Possibly back tomorrow, no idea. Otherwise, I will be back eventually, and I have links. All the links. No, not. Yeah, okay, this one. I made it. I made it correctly. I don't even remember my own commands. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, listening, asking me stuff, learning stuff, keeping me busy on this weird occasion of using the microphones. I know how to mic. I'm a DJ. Yeah, there's links. Buy my art book. My figure drawing art book can be very excellent reference, and I don't even mind it if you print, so you have some paper stuff that you can look at. Yeah, click the follow button. I have sub buttons. I have dings. I can't even talk anymore. Help! Help! I will run some ads. Thank you, Leo, for all the subs. The crazy sub gift bomb. Holy poop potato. I can't talk. Help. I need to eat dictionaries to learn how to speak. Okay, I will run some ads. I will say goodbye. We will meet again. Possibly tomorrow. I don't know where my brain is going. Otherwise, video games. And then I'll wake up tomorrow and see. But I will be back. Bye. Bye. Leo, you crazy. You crazy, Leo. Crazy.